So I am going to go right into opening the hearing, and I have a script, which I'm going to read. My name is Elizabeth Sabunjan, for the record, Chair of the Wilmington Board of Health. I am calling to order this public hearing on 887 Woburn LLC's application for a site assignment for a construction and demolition, C&D, waste handling, processing, and transfer facility at 887 Woburn Street in Wilmington. This public hearing will be conducted under Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 111, Sections 150A and 150A.5, and the Mass DEP Site Assignment Regulations at 310 CMR Section 16. The Board of Health will review the application, the Mass DEP Site Suitability Report, and written and oral testimony, and issue a written decision. My colleagues who will evaluate the request for site assignment with me are Dr. Jane Williams, MD, MPH, right here, and Dr. Daniel King, DDS, on my left. Shelley Newhouse, RS, is our Director of Public Health, who is sitting on the end. Mark Rich is KP Law, is the board's legal counsel, who is on that end. And Michael Penny, PE of Verdantis, is the board's review engineer for the requested site assignment. If anyone needs to know. This in-person public hearing will follow recommended COVID protocols for masking and social distancing. The applicant is requesting that this board issue a site assignment approving the site of the new C&D waste handling, processing, and transfer facility for 500 tons per day, or 182,500 tons per year. The proposed building will be about 37,000 square feet. The Mass DEP Northeast Regional Office issued a positive report on suitability for new site assignment on January 6, 2022, in which it determined the site is suitable for the proposed facility. On January 6, 2022, Mass DEP Commissioner Super granted a waiver from the setback from the property boundary siting criteria. The public hearing notice of the site assignment application was published in the Daily Times Chronicle on January 12, 2022. Notice was posted under the open meeting law. Certified mail notices were mailed to abutters and others in compliance with the Mass DEP regulations. The Mass DEP site assignment regulations set out the procedures for reviewing site assignment applications and for conducting public hearings. Under the regulations, the Board of Health selects a hearing officer who is responsible for conducting the public hearing. Our board still has the sole responsibility and authority to evaluate the evidence received during the hearing, to vote on whether to grant the site assignment, and to issue a written decision. It is my pleasure to introduce our hearing officer, John F. Shea, of the Boston environmental firm Mackey, Shea, Durning, PC. He is at the table over there. Attorney Shea has acted as a hearing officer in over 30 site assignment applications throughout Massachusetts. He has practiced environmental law for over 40 years. He is recognized for environmental law and litigation by Best Lawyers, Chambers Lawyers for Business, Martindale Hubbard, and Super Lawyers. I have worked with John Shea professionally at Mass DEP for more years than I can remember. Well scripted, yes. The board welcomes Attorney Shea, and I now turn this public meeting hearing over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening to the board, and welcome to all of you who are attending in person this public hearing on the 887 application for a new site assignment for a construction and demolition waste handling, processing, and transfer facility. It is a pleasure to work for the board. We are all indebted tonight for my attendance bedridden spouse. I have some introductory remarks about the hearing schedule, the hearing officer's responsibilities, the board's duty, the uniqueness of site assignment hearings, a short history of the site assignment regulatory process, and rulings on certain legal matters. As a first preliminary matter, I received permission from the board for me, because I am isolated in a corner, and I have a speaking role, not to wear my mask, and the poor stenographer is on the other side of the room. So, and the rule on masking would also be relaxed for witnesses, provided they maintain the appropriate social distancing. Okay, first matter. Please put your phones on silent. Secondly, we can take short breaks as needed. Just bring the need to my attention. I want to offer my appreciation to Shelley Newhouse, the Director of Public Health, for coordinating the hearing production. From the preparation, mailing, and posting the required public notifications, to the receipt and management of documents, and to seeking guidance on how to conduct the hearing in compliance with the law. Just today, she set up a Zoom session to allow the traffic engineer for the applicant who must COVID isolate in order to provide her testimony. Please be patient with the Zoom process. Glitches happen on occasion, even during court proceedings. Thank you, Shelley, for your attention to detail and for your quick responses. The board is fortunate that the participants tonight are professionals experienced in site assignment and other permitting proceedings. I've worked with Town Council Mark Rich of KP Law on many solid waste matters. Rob and Bob Peterson, counsel to the applicant, have deep experience in land use matters. Green Seal is the go-to engineer for site assignment, environmental reviews, and permitting. And just as COVID has impacted nearly every aspect of our lives, Rebecca Brown, a traffic engineer from GPI, is unable to personally attend tonight because her daughter tested positive for COVID. I hope she does not suffer serious reactions. The applicant and GPI nimbly responded by substituting Heather Montecup from GPI. However, the chair wants to hear testimony from Rebecca, so Zoom will be used for her testimony. Heather will be available in person as backup. Mike Penny, PE, the board's review engineer, has over 30 years experience in solid waste permitting and reviews. We are all fortunate that the board chair has 25 years experience in evaluating environmental and public health issues and participating in adjudicatory hearings at Massdep. I'm looking forward to an educational and enjoyable evening. On January 26, 2022, I conducted a pre-hearing telephone conference with legal counsel, Michael Penny, Shelley Newhouse, and Chairwoman Sabusian. We discussed and agreed upon the use of a stenographer, the use of pre-filed direct testimony, the procedure for public involvement and participation, the schedule, and the deadline for issuance of the board's written decision, which is March 24th, 2022. In preparing for this hearing, I reviewed all the documents in these two binders, over 1,000 pages, submitted to the board and Massdep by Green Seal Environmental on behalf of the applicant, Although there was a glitch in making a complete filing in compliance with the pre-hearing conference requirements, the deficiencies have been cured. I acknowledge and appreciate how Green Seal assembled, indexed, and bound the many documents comprising most of the record in this site assignment proceeding. Green Seal in these 2 volumes made my review and preparation convenient and easy. And I thank Mr. Anthony Martinetti for personally driving the binders to my home on Tuesday, February 1st, 2022. Notwithstanding Heather's willingness to pinch hit for Rebecca and the use of Zoom for traffic analysis, the applicant's curative actions taken to prepare pre-filed direct testimony and to effect service of the 2 binders, there is still a concern we might not finish the hearing tonight and it will need to be continued. Madam Chair, how long do you want to spend tonight? Is there a hard stop time you would like to impose?
I'd like to ask my board members their feeling about that.
I ate a late lunch, so I'm good.
As did I. How are you about this?
Whatever the consensus is fine with me.
Okay. I think logistically we could probably stay to, Shelley, what's the, I don't want to put undue burden on the staff here in the building, so.
Oh, they're here too. 10? 10:30. Yeah, 10:30.
Okay, so 10:15.
10:15, we have a hard stop. Okay.
Yes.
Good. And notwithstanding Laura's ability to talk faster than the speeding bullet, I'd ask you to make your presentation slow and understandable. Okay, a little bit about the hearing officer responsibilities. It's my responsibility to ensure a full and fair hearing on the application for site assignment, and that the Board of Health considers all relevant, material, and reliable evidence on whether the site is suitable for the proposed solid waste facility. I am like a judge in a civil jury trial, ruling on the admissibility of evidence, on motions, on requests to intervene and participate, and on procedural issues. I am charged with making sure there is an orderly presentation of evidence and argument. I also may question witnesses to help produce a clear and comprehensive record of the hearing. The Mass DEP site assignment regulations circumscribe my scope of authority and powers at 310 CMR 16.20 paragraph 11. If I am like a Superior Court civil judge, the board is the jury, charged with making the final decision on the site assignment application. I will conduct the hearing impartially. I am not related to any board member. I have no financial interest in the board's decision, and I am not an employee or agent of the applicant. A little bit about the public hearing itself. As the chair mentioned, this public hearing is being conducted under Mass General Laws, Chapter 111, Sections 150A and 150A and a half, which governs site assignments for solid waste facilities. And also under the Mass DEP site assignment regulations at 310 CMR 16, which establish the procedures and the criteria for submission and review of site assignment applications. It is a formal process, differing procedures and safeguards from typical meetings or hearings before local boards and commissions. I'll give you a few examples. I conduct the hearing instead of the chair, who can now focus solely on listening to the testimony and on asking questions of witnesses. Under the regulations, I am retained by the board, and the applicant pays for my services. The applicant also pays for the services of the board's review engineer and legal counsel. Witnesses are sworn and testify under oath and are subject to cross-examination by the lawyers, the board, and the hearing officer. Under the Mass DEP regulations, the hearing can be recorded electronically or by stenographer. The applicant has retained a stenographer from Ramadi and Lyons. We are fortunate to have Jim Lyons here tonight as our stenographer. If you need anyone to speak more clearly or slowly, or if a witness uses a term or a fact that's unusual, please tell me. If I forget to take a break, please remind me and I will call for a recess. And that's also holds true for the board as well, if a recess is needed. The other big difference is that general participation from the audience in a site assignment hearing is not allowed under the Mass DEP regulations. The board can hear only the testimony from recognized parties or participants who are identified in the Mass DEP regulations at 310 CMR 16.20, paragraph 9. This restriction is designed to minimize personal agendas and to focus presentations on the relevant issues and the cited criteria. I have relaxed this participation limitation under special circumstances and at the request of or with the assent of the board. Let me tell you about the site assignment process in a nutshell. Not many boards of health have been involved in site assignment reviews, and I understand this may be the board's first rodeo with a site assignment proceeding. The board and the public might benefit from a brief historic perspective on the site assignment process. In the broadest sense, local control over the siting of solid waste facilities dates back to colonial times. Boards of health traditionally had authority to regulate certain places for activities that are deemed potentially dangerous to the public, the so-called noisome trades. For example, outhouses, piggeries, turkey and chicken farms, a fish gurney processing plant, and dumps. In 1955, the legislature identified solid waste facilities as needing special siting procedures and enacted General Law, Chapter 111, Section 150A, which required solid waste facilities to receive an assignment by the Board of Health with conditions, quote, as may be necessary to protect the public health, comfort, and convenience, end quote. This early law was deficient in a number of respects, not the least of which was its failure to provide objective citing criteria. The law also was flawed in that the Board of Health did not have sufficient technical or financial resources for a proper site review. State and environmental and public health agencies were insufficiently involved in the citing process, and there was too little formality in the hearing process. All of these shortcomings resulted in many unreviewable and unenforceable decisions. In 1987, the law was substantially rewritten to address these problems with the site assignment process. The revised statute strengthened the role played by Mass DEP in evaluating the suitability of the proposed site. It required the applicant to pay substantial fees to aid the Board of Health in its analysis of the proposal and in conducting the public hearing. It directed review under the Massachusetts Environmental Policy Act, also known as MEPA, at the site assignment stage, rather than at the later Mass DEP permitting stage. The revised law provided greater procedural safeguards during the site assignment hearing. Section 150A.5 directed Mass DEP to formulate objective siting criteria, which are now codified at 310 CMR section 16.40. Under the improved and current law, solid waste applications, like the solid waste facility proposed by the applicant, requires 3 steps. First, MEPA review. Second, a Mass DEP site suitability evaluation. And third, a Board of Health site assignment hearing. I will leave it to the applicant to describe in appropriate detail how it has proceeded through the MEPA process. I note only that on April 30th, 2021, the Secretary of the Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs issued a certificate on the final environmental impact report, finding that it adequately and properly complies with MEPA and its implementing regulations, that no further MEPA review is required, and the project may proceed to permitting. As the chair mentioned, Mass DEP issued a positive site suitability report on January 6, 2022, pursuant to 310 CMR 16.13, paragraph 3. The report also included and relied upon the grant of a waiver from the setback site suitability criteria by the Mass DEP Commission. Tonight, the applicant is undertaking the final step in the site assignment process, the public hearing and review by this board, which must decide whether the site assignment is appropriate, using the siting criteria in the Mass DEP regulations, and as presented in the application, the Mass DEP in its report, and the applicant's pre-filed direct and live testimony and PowerPoint presentations. The board's review engineer will also present evidence in the form of a report on compliance with the relevant siting criteria. I will admit all the evidence en masse before the hearing concludes, and I ask you to please remind me to do so. In the meantime, we're dealing with 2 exhibits. Exhibit 1, which constitutes the application for site assignment and all the documents related thereto that Mass DEP reviewed, and they're part of the administrative record of this proceeding. Exhibit 2 will be the documents subsequent to that, including the site suitability decision, the public hearing notices, the pre-filed testimony, and other documents. I will prepare an exhibit list that breaks out the various documents under the headings of Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 2. Lastly, if the board grants the site assignment, the applicant must still obtain 2 permits from Mass DEP, an authorization to construct, which reviews the specific facility design, and an authorization to operate in compliance with the operations and maintenance requirements in 310 CMR 19. If it chooses to do so, the board can participate in these Mass DEP reviews. The suitability report. The Mass DEP positive suitability report is important evidence in this proceeding. The report includes a 5-page cover letter and an 11-page analysis on compliance with the facility's specific and general site suitability criteria at 310 CMR 16.40. Based upon its review of the application and the Mass DEP Commissioner's grant of a waiver for the waste site handling setback requirement, Mass DEP determined the site is suitable for the purpose of construction and demolition waste management facility. Okay. Lastly, I'm going to make some rulings on certain legal matters. The site assignments with respect to commencement. The site assignment statute and regulations require the commencement of the public hearing within 30 days of receipt of the Mass DEP report on suitability. The report was received on January 6, 2022. Therefore, this hearing commenced tonight, February 7th, is in compliance with the statutory and regulatory deadline. Secondly, notice. I have reviewed the newspaper notice, the Mass DEP regulatory written notifications, and the open meeting law posting. I find that the notices were properly made. Rulings on evidence. Under the Mass DEP regulations, the administrative record in the site assignment hearing includes all of the documents relied upon by and reviewed by Mass DEP during its site suitability review, and the documents received by the board during the public hearing. As I mentioned, I will prepare an exhibit list for all documents admitted in the 2-binder set and for any documents offered during the course of the hearing. The positive Mass DEP site suitability report is persuasive evidence that the site is suitable for the proposed solid waste management facility. However, the positive finding is not absolutely binding on the Board of Health. The board may disagree in whole or in part if the board receives contrary, compelling evidence that the site assignment will present a threat to the public health, safety, or the environment based upon the application of the relevant siting criteria. I mentioned the discussion we had in the pre-hearing conference about public participation. I have not received any written petitions or registrations for leave to intervene pursuant to the regulations, and I have not received any written petitions to participate by a person specifically affected by this proceeding. Has the board or the applicant received any of these petitions? Hearing none. The applicant will present its case in chief with expert testimony and demonstrative evidence. The witnesses may be questioned by the board, Attorney Rich, with the assistance of Mr. Penny, and the hearing officer. The board's review engineer will present his report and findings and can be questioned by Attorney Peterson with the assistance of his experts, the board, and the hearing officer. Are there any other preliminary issues we should discuss? Not seeing anybody? Oh, we do.
So this exhibit doesn't have all of the
Identify your name
documents, including the pre-file testimonies.
I'm sorry.
We're wondering, this binder doesn't have the pre-filed testimony in it.
No, it doesn't. It was submitted
Separately.
separately. The two binders were submitted without pre-filed direct testimony. That has since been remedied. So
It was sent separately.
Yes.
I received it via email.
As did I, so I'd like a copy of it
Oh, you will.
to review in
Okay.
hand during the meeting. Because there are a couple comments I'd like to make during the meeting regarding that pre-filed testimony.
Does somebody need to make copies, or? I have mine.
And this binder also does not contain the Geo Insight peer review letter?
No, that was just
It was
generated
on,
today.
Okay, just, again, you should have those copies also to review at hand.
It was on your,
That was,
it was on your table.
Oh, that one I have. Thank you.
Attorney Shea, if it's okay with you, I do have 3 copies of the.
No, actually, that's all I have in my box.
Whoever needs a copy of the.
I have mine.
Thank you. Great, thank you, that's perfect.
Attorney Peterson, you may now present the applicant's affirmative case. When you are ready to offer Rebecca Brown's testimony by Zoom, the chair will need to request a motion and a roll call vote to allow the limited use of Zoom for Ms. Brown's testimony, in compliance with the open meeting law regulations on remote participation and COVID protocols. We may or may not get to that tonight. So, Mr. Peterson, you're up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shea. By a few members of the chair of the board. My name is Attorney Robert G. Peterson, Jr. I'm here this evening representing 887 Warren.
Slow down. You
Can
can
hold it down?
Mask. Yeah.
No problem. You got it. My name is Robert Peterson, Jr. I'm here this evening representing 887 Woburn LLC. Anthony C. Martinetti, President and Manager. The applicant. I'm here this evening with members from Green Seal Environmental, Greg Worston and Laura Bouguet, as well as our traffic engineer from Greenman Peterson Inc., Rebecca Brown, who will be joining us via Zoom, and Heather Montecalf, who is here in person to field questions if there's ever happen to be any issues with the Zoom hearing. Again, we're here relative to a handling and processing facility for the construction and demolition waste. Site will process 500 tons of C&D waste per day, or 182,500 tons per year. Our site consists of 3.37 acres of land, and our building will be approximately 37,000 square feet. And before I bore everyone here with repetitive information, I would like to turn it over to Green Seal Environmental for our first offering of testimony.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in this hearing will be the truth and nothing but the truth so help you God?
I do.
Please identify yourself for the record.
Good evening. For the record, Laura Bouguet with Green Seal Environmental. I am the engineer of record for the project.
Do you have a regular mic with you over there?
no.
There is not a mic.
You want me to go get that one? I know it's.
Would it help if I stood?
Sure. Stand and shout.
Can I twist and shout?
If you choose to do so, it would make the TV better, I'm sure.
It might be more entertaining.
Go right ahead, thank you.
So I'd like to start my presentation with an overview of the proposed project and its components, and then I'll address the site suitability criteria, which is the basis of site assignment in this hearing, as Attorney Shea already introduced to us. This first slide really summarizes what the chair has already introduced, as well as Attorney Peterson has mentioned. It shows the parcel acreage, the street address, the fact that it's going to be a solid waste handling facility for construction and demolition debris, which we typically refer to as C&D. We've got the 500 ton per day maximum capacity. We'll be constructing a waste handling building that will be about 37,000 square feet in size. Proposed operation is 7 days a week, 24 hours a day per what we included in our site suitability application. And the facility will be rail served, as there's an existing rail spur on site. So this is the site locus. This is figure 1 in the site suitability application, which I believe has been identified as exhibit 1. This just shows that the facility locus is in Wilmington. It's close to the Woburn municipal boundary, as well as the I-93 and 95 interchanges.
Laura, this PowerPoint's included. This PowerPoint's included.
Yes, the PowerPoint is an exhibit. It's exhibit 2J.
And it's exactly, excuse me, can I just clarify that point?
It is exactly the same.
Okay, thank you.
So this is figure 4 in our application. This shows the zoning at the site. It is within the general industrial zoning district, which is shown in blue. This zoning district allows for a transfer station use. Next. So this is the existing conditions plan that was in the application as figure 5. So the site is bound to the east by Woburn Street, to the west by active rail lines that's used by MBTA as well as Amtrak. To the north is industrial zoned property that is currently occupied by NER Construction. To the south, you can see highlighted in yellow is the existing rail spur that's on site. And then beyond that is another industrial zoned property that is occupied by all access equipment. So the property itself, go back, thanks. The property itself has a few existing metal buildings on it, which is shaded in that tan color. It's mostly paved, and there is a concrete block wall along the street frontage with Woburn Street. So the property has been extensively used since the 1950s. Most recently, it was a salvage yard and a barrel recycling site by E.C. Whitney Company that went bankrupt in 2009, and they definitely left the site in a mess, to say the least. So in 2017, the applicant purchased the property, did extensive cleanup on site, and continued the environmental assessment of the property underneath the MCP. MCP is Massachusetts Contingency Plan. It's 310 CMR 40, which regulates contaminated sites. So there are photos included in attachment 7 of our site suitability application that you might have seen that shows the condition and blighted condition of the property when it was purchased. Next. So this is the proposed conditions plan. It was figure 6 in the application. So the proposed site redevelopment will consist of construction of the new handling building, which is highlighted in brown. New rail lines will be constructed on site that will connect to the existing spur that exists there. One line will be constructed for car storage, and another line will be constructed that will enter the building for load out. That's all highlighted in yellow. The site will be paved for access with 2 egress points, one for inbound traffic to the south and one for outbound traffic to the north. We'll have weigh scales and a scale house to the north side of the building. We'll have fencing and plantings along the east side of the building for aesthetics and screening purposes to Woburn Street. The applicant is also working with the property owner to the south to select fencing along that property line as well. So all the doorways in the building will be on the south side, where we have the greatest distance to the property line. There are 5 proposed doorways, 4 for tipping and deliveries, and 1 dedicated for loadout. Proposed grades at the site will tie into existing grades Woburn Street to the east, and will tie into the existing rail grades to the west and the south. We will use some fill to construct the building and the foundation, and also to ramp up to the tipping doors in front of the building. So the tipping floor will be approximately 4 feet above existing grades, and that's also about 4 feet above the rail loadout bay, which will create a recessed loadout bay, which will help with actual loadout of rail cars and trucks. We'll use short retaining walls and the building foundation itself to transition those ramp grades in front of the tipping doors. So the building will be equipped with trench drains. The trench drains and the tipping floor will be designed to be a minimum of 2 feet above seasonal high groundwater elevation, which is in compliance with the regulations. We've estimated seasonal high groundwater to be about 77 feet in elevation. So the site plan does show conceptual best management practices, or BMPs, for stormwater treatment, basically to show that BMPs can be physically incorporated on site, as actual stormwater design occurs typically after site assignment. Excuse me. So solid waste facilities such as this are considered land uses with higher pollutant potential loads, or LUPLs. And that's under the state stormwater management standards. So stormwater BMP selected for this site in design will include at a minimum deep sump catch basins with hoods and oil water separators. As the site is regulated under the MCP, we will have to determine if and where infiltration can be implemented without causing further contamination. The stormwater policy does allow a variance from the recharge standard if infiltration could negatively impact or affect existing groundwater quality. Okay. So as the facility will accept and process C&D, a processing line will be installed in the building. This schematic shows the conceptual layout. Tipping will occur primarily via the 3 eastern doors here on the right-hand side of the photo. Tipped materials will then be inspected by staff, and then the equipment and or personnel will actually pick out waistband items such as like TVs and tires, separate those out, as well as any other items that can't go through the processing line, like carpet and plastic bags. So then remaining materials will then be loaded into what we call the feed hopper here in blue, and that will travel by belt up through some screeners and then continue into the picking line, where materials such as cardboard, wood, metal will be picked out and sorted beneath. Then picked materials and residuals will then be loaded into truck or rail car for further recycling and or disposal. As you can see, the rail car loadout bay to the left of this figure is located at the end of the processing line. Excuse me, on the west hand, the west side of the building. And the 4th tipping door is located in this area that can also be used for loadout if necessary. So the building foundation walls will be concrete. They're 18 to 24 inches thick. They'll be 15 to 18 feet tall, which will serve as push wall for material management, but they will also act as a sound buffer. The building will be equipped with an atomized misting system to control dust. The misting system will be strategically placed over the tipping and loadout areas and near the doorways to maximize the efficiency. Trench drains, as I mentioned, will be placed in the building. They'll be located at each doorway to prevent any potential liquids from leaving the building. Although we don't expect much liquids from C&D, it's typically a dry material. So these trench drains, you're advancing too far. So the trench drains will either be connected to a permitted above-ground storage tank, which will be pumped out on a regular basis by a licensed hauler, or will seek an industrial wastewater discharge permit from MWRA for direct connection to the sewer. Which option to be used will be vetted out in further design and permitting. So this cross-section here demonstrates the two levels and flow of the processing line. As I just mentioned, the materials picked and sorted in the elevated picking line will be dropped into the storage bins below. Okay. This is just a photo of a similar facility and what the enclosed picking line would look like elevated above the sorting bins. This is figure 8 from our site suitability application, which shows inbound vehicle maneuvers in green and outbound vehicle maneuvers in blue. So vehicles accessing the facility will enter, again, from the southern entrance here in the green. This will maximize the queuing space behind the scales and will be beneficial. Vehicles will then pass over the scales, go around the west side of the building, and then back into one of the tipping doors as directed by staff. Once the vehicles have tipped or unloaded inside the building, they will exit the same way they came out. Now the blue path, go around the west side of the building, over the outbound scale, and out the northern exit. I believe it was through the earlier MEPA process that the applicant self-imposed a right-hand turn only from this northern exit to make sure that trucks are directed towards the highway interchanges to the south instead of north through residential neighborhoods. I also want to mention that the colored tracks on this plan represent the turning paths and radiuses of the largest size truck that would access the site. This would be a tractor-trailer truck. We're looking at a wheelbase of about 65 feet. And this plan shows that even the largest trucks can easily and safely maneuver in, out, and around the site. Thank you. So facilities like this are important for the community. Facility will provide a needed consolidation point for C&D materials to be long-haul transported to out-of-state locations for recycling or final disposal. Facility will be equipped with state-of-the-art processing equipment to process the C&D and meet the goals and initiatives of the state's solid waste master plan. It will help fill the disposal void that exists in the state with the recent and future closures of landfills as well as other transfer facilities. It will provide a local outlet for nearby residents and businesses needing to dispose and recycle of this type of material. So most C&D transfer and processing facilities of this size or larger are only open to commercial businesses based upon established contracts. You know, looking at the town's website, the trash and recycling website, it recommends residents to hire services of a private trash removal company or rent a dumpster to remove their construction debris. However, this facility will allow them to bring the material there themselves, saving money and providing convenience, which is a benefit. So there is a long process and many approvals required for a facility like this, as Attorney Shea has already introduced. Permitting started in 2020 with 3 filings to the Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs pursuant to MEPA. These included the initial environmental notification form, and then the draft and final environmental impact reports. Following MEPA, the site suitability application was submitted to Massdep Solid Waste, and as already summarized, Massdep's report on suitability was issued, confirming the site is suitable for solid waste facility and granting a waiver of site setbacks, which brought us here to site assignment. So now, after site assignment, we will prepare permit level design plans and permit the project through other towns' boards as applicable. We'll be looking at site plan review with the planning board and potentially Conservation Commission. Once these local approvals are obtained, we'll submit an authorization to construct, or ATC, application to DEP, which will include full construction level design plans that will include design of all the BMPs and measures as stated in our application. It will incorporate the local approvals requirements. We'll show how the site will meet design criteria such as depth to groundwater, control of nuisance conditions, and also how we worked with constraints of the MCP on the site. So then following Massdep's ATC approval, we'll obtain building permits and start construction. Once construction is complete, and before operations start, we'll submit an authorization to operate, or ATO, to Massdep to get final approval to start operating. The ATO application will include as-built information to provide proof to Massdep that we've installed all the BMPs and engineering controls presented throughout the permitting process and as required by the town or Massdep. So now moving on to site suitability criteria. Our application prepared for the site presents and reviews all the suitability criteria that Massdep has established in the regulations at 310 CMR 16 that qualifies a site as suitable and as such eligible for site assignment. Many of the criteria listed here are of the pass-fail type. For example, a facility cannot be located within a Zone 1 of a public water supply. We meet or pass this criteria as we are not located within a Zone 1. So the application goes through each one of these criteria in detail, which Massdep agreed with in their report. I've already spoke to depth to groundwater and other sources of contamination, the site being an MCP site, and how we will meet these criteria in final design, which again will be verified by Massdep in our subsequent ATC and ATO submittals. I do want to briefly address two other of these criteria, existing disposal facilities and regional participation. This facility, per the regulations under those two criteria, should be given preferential consideration as it meets the qualifications under these two criteria. I'm not going to go through the rest of these in consideration of time, but yes.
Each one of these criteria appears to be covered in your pre-filed direct testimony.
That is correct. I also summarized it in there. Thank you. But I want to focus on four specific criteria. Those are traffic impacts, air quality impacts, nuisance conditions, and size of the facility. So starting with traffic. A detailed traffic study, impact study, was conducted by the traffic engineers for the project, GPI, who's already been introduced. And this study assessed traffic impacts on the roadway network near the site. The study concluded the facility will not have an appreciable impact on the nearby study area intersections or roadways, and overall delays at intersections are expected to experience a negligible increase as a result of this project. So to define negligible, Massdep Mass DOT has guidelines that clearly define what they consider to be a significant impact. These guidelines state that a project is considered to have an impact when it results in a drop of level of service or increases delay by more than 10 seconds per vehicle. The traffic study shows that no delays are increased more than 2 seconds, which is much less than that 10-second threshold that constitutes a significant impact. Because of this, GPI concluded that mitigation measures are not necessary on the surrounding roadway network to accommodate the project. However, I did want to clarify, within the course of the study, it was observed that in current existing conditions, independent of this project, at the Presidential Commerce Atlantic I-93 intersection, just letting that sink in and figure out where that is, improvements to the signal timing could significantly improve this intersection. So that is right now in existing conditions and independent of our project. So this was an observation made during the course of the study and is not a recommended mitigation for the project. I also wanted to mention that the project was initially reviewed under MEPA, again, back in 2020, which was prior to the recent redevelopment project at 316 Boston Road. Therefore, that project would have been required to factor in our projected traffic into their studies. Regardless, adding that traffic, or adding the traffic generated by those other developments or projects to our no-build condition in our study wouldn't measurably change the incremental impacts of this project on the operations of those intersections. While those other projects may result in a higher baseline delays and queues, the increases in delays and queues from our project only would substantially be the same. So, next slide. GPI concluded that the project can safely be accommodated along the existing roadway network, and the project will not constitute a danger to the public health, safety, or the environment, with consideration of traffic congestion, pedestrian and vehicular safety, and roadway configuration. So to talk about the study itself, the traffic study used conservative assumptions to estimate how many vehicles could access this facility in a day by overestimating the number of vehicles, using lower tonnage factors per vehicle, and condensing the arrival times into a shorter time frame to artificially increase the potential for impacts at peak traffic hours. The study was based on actual traffic counts, and adjustments were made for COVID, which is standard these days. So considering that vehicle counts were overestimated to assess greater impacts and no impacts to the local roadway network was identified, it does clearly show that the traffic from this facility will not constitute a danger to public health, safety, or the environment. The facility is committed to using rail for the majority of exported materials. They have had preliminary discussions with Pan Am regarding use and service. And so following site assignment and concurrent with future permitting, the applicant and Pan Am will start to discuss and develop a sidetrack agreement. Ready. Thank you. Air quality impacts. So the facility satisfies air quality criteria as it relates to equipment. Stationary equipment is electrically powered, therefore the equipment isn't subject to Massdep's air pollution control regulations. Mobile equipment used on site will be Tier 3 or 4 compliant, which means that the engines will be equipped with advanced emission controls. This, in conjunction with the fact that the equipment will predominantly be operating inside the building, will help reduce emissions. The consolidation of waste locally and not truck-driven long distances, and the use of rail will provide significant reduction in the area roadway emissions and greenhouse gases, as rail is 4 times as efficient as trucking. The facility and its delivery rules will commit to implementing and enforcing the 5-minute idling rule as well to reduce emissions. Particulates and odors. To control and mitigate potential air impacts, including particulates and dust, engineering controls will be used at the facility. By paving the site, we'll minimize dust generation. These paved surfaces will also allow for regular sweeping to occur. Handling material inside the building provides a controlled environment to help manage dust. The building has been designed such that doors are all on one side of the building to eliminate any cross breeze through it. The building, again, as I mentioned, will be equipped with an atomized misting system, which uses fine mist to adhere to dust particles and drop them out of suspension quickly. Odors are not a concern for C&D facilities. As I mentioned before, C&D is typically dry, inert, non-odorous materials such as wood, painted drywall, flooring, etc. However, if odors did ever become an issue, the misting system can be retrofitted with odor counteractants to mitigate any odors. So nuisance conditions typically include noise, litter, dust, and vectors. So to minimize sound impacts to neighboring properties, again, all handling and processing of the materials will be conducted inside the building. The building has been strategically located on site to face doors away from the closest receptors to the north and the east, which allows the building to be its own sound buffer to those receptors. Acoustical panels and trees are also proposed in the southeast corner of the site, which will effectively continue that line of the building and provide a sound and visual barrier to Woburn Street. In consideration of receptors, the closest existing occupied residential property is over 2,000 feet away. We are recently aware of a new proposed mixed-use development to the south of the site, located in between the landfill and the rail lines, 316 Boston or New Boston Street. Believe they received a special permit for a residential mixed-use development in an industrial zoned area. Based on preliminary review of their concept plans at that property, it appears this development will be greater than the 500 feet away from our proposed handling facility as required. It should be also noted as we're looking at the plans and its location, that residential development will be sited adjacent and north of a large-scale wood waste processing and compost facility. Generally, these outdoor facilities processing of wood waste will use diesel-powered equipment to process the materials. That equipment typically includes large grinders and screeners, as well as loaders and excavators. So during their operational hours, that other facility will likely be the most significant contributor to background noise in the area. But regardless, our facility is going to commit to controls, mitigation, and also future contingencies with respect to the control of sound generated on site. Again, this includes processing and handling all waste indoors, the use of electrically powered processing lined equipment, placing fencing along the southerly property border. We're also limiting inbound delivery vehicles from 5 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday, and from 5 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Saturdays. We're also willing to agree to site assignment conditions that could require the facility to place additional engineered controls within the building, like acoustical panels or batting, as well as along the southern property line, if deemed appropriate once constructed. We'd also agree to site assignment conditions that will require the facility to replace the backup alarms on their rolling equipment, their excavators, probably more the loaders that will come in and out of the building, to OSHA compliant squawking style alarms, and to reduce any potential noise concerns. We have seen from other facilities that sound can be controlled through site design, operations, as well as engineering controls such as these. Litter generation will be mitigated by standard good housekeeping measures such as regular sweeping, conducting litter patrols, handling materials inside the building, covering trucks, recycling containers, and rail cars with tarps before leaving the building and/or site, as well as requiring commercial vehicles to have similar tarps or covers, as well as maintaining the equipment on site such that all the materials can be managed quickly and efficiently. The facility will have an operations and maintenance plan, which is required as part of the Massdep ATC, ATO applications and process. This O&M plan will specify a program specific to good housekeeping measures and specifically litter control. This plan can also include implementing delivery rules and facility procedures to enforce these policies. Okay. As discussed previously under air quality, dust can be mitigated with engineering controls and operational practices. Again, dust will be controlled by handling materials inside the building, which is equipped with the misting system, covering inbound and outbound vehicles with tarps, sweeping of the paved areas and the interior of the building as necessary or at regular intervals. We can also use the doors to contain extra dusty loads if necessary, and/or handheld hoses, additional water to dampen materials to reduce any dust if needed. Vectors will also be managed with similar good housekeeping measures, including proper material management, sweeping, as well as implementing a first out procedures for material handling. The facility will also contract with a vector management firm to provide control measures and regular inspections, which will be incorporated into their O&M plan. Last criteria to review is size of the facility. We have assessed the site to determine that it is large enough and situated appropriately to handle the proposed tonnage in the building, that there is enough on-site queuing space for trucks and storage of rail cars. We have incorporated a second scale to make sure that there's good traffic flow in and out of the facility, and concluded there's enough operational area in general. The facility is adequately sized to effectively manage materials at the maximum capacity, and also in consideration of the waiver to property line setbacks granted by Massdep. So in summary, we've shown compliance with the site suitability criteria, have provided information to show no danger to public health, safety, or the environment. Massdep has affirmed this, and the site is suitable with the issuance of the positive site suitability report and the grant of the waiver. Facility is properly sized to handle the proposed volume of 500 tons per day and will be designed with engineering controls to protect the environment and the surrounding receptors And finally, the facility will provide a valuable service and asset to residents, local businesses, the municipality, and the region by providing a long-term solid waste management and recycling solution. Thank you. I know that was a lot of material to cover, and I appreciate your time.
Attorney Peterson, do you want to ask any clarifying questions? Or? All right. The board can ask first, or your counsel can ask, whatever your desire is. What's your vote? You want to ask me first?
Sure. Excuse me. These are necessary for me to actually see anything at all. Okay. I believe I heard you say some things tonight that are not in your written pre-file, and a few things that aren't necessarily specifically in the application yet. So I may want to touch on a few of those things just to get clarification. And then I do have some questions. Attorney Shea, are we able to, once our own expert goes through his information,
His report, yes.
yes, can we then also ask the applicants additional questions?
Sure.
Okay. Just want to make sure, so I know where to place my questions. Let's see. So you mentioned the fencing along the southern property boundary that you're working with the neighboring property owner on.
Correct.
I'm assuming that's like a visual fencing that you're talking about, a visual and a people barrier kind of fencing?
Yes, we are looking at something that is acoustical that will provide some sound buffer as well as just visual aesthetics.
So you are in discussions with them and open to an acoustical barrier along the southern and not just the southeast corner?
Correct.
Excuse me while I just scribble.
No problem.
You talked a little bit about the fill that's going to you're going to bring in the site. You talked about you needed 4 feet for ramp up to the tipping floors and whatnot. Relative to that fill, have you looked at topography along how that ramp, how the elevation changes will proceed from, for instance, Woburn Street and or the property lines up? What kind of sloping and things like that that's going to necessarily have to happen?
Yeah, so we're going to hold the elevation obviously at Woburn Street because we have to. That site driveway, there might be a slight grade change to it, but we're going to use the building foundation primarily to make up grade changes. We'll have some short retaining walls on, extending out from the building and near the rail bay to make up that grade change. So the grades will really be confined to those 3 tipping doors on the east side of the site. And
because also in your application you talked about needing 4 to 7 feet, or 2, actually I think it was 2 to 7 feet of fill, excuse me, to get your groundwater separation?
if I recall correctly, the 2.5 to 7 feet mentioned was the depth of groundwater over the site based upon historical groundwater well measurements. just lost my train of thought.
I saw it right out
Yeah,
the
it
door.
totally went out the door. Yeah, so we have the separation, we've designed the rail bay to be as close to flat as possible to tie into the existing rail on site. That needs to be sloped at 1 to 2%. So then 4 feet above from that to create that recessed rail bay gives us the floor elevation at about 84.5. So we're really going to be holding the site grades on the west, the south, and the east sides of the site as much as possible to what's existing. I'm sorry, does that answer your question, or did I?
I'm visualizing what you're saying. Granted, it's a small site, but I'm visualizing what you're saying, and then trying to comport that with 7 feet of fill that you mentioned in your application, and where you might have to get groundwater, fill for groundwater separation. Has that been identified or not been totally identified yet?
Well, we've calculated what we expect the seasonal high groundwater elevation to be in the area of the handling building, which is where we need to meet that 2-foot separation, which is what we've set the tipping floor grades at and the trench drain elevations. So the 7 feet of fill could likely be towards the southeast corner of the building where we need to achieve an 84.5 foot tipping floor elevation, and maybe the ground elevation is 77, 76 in that area. That is probably the range, because the site does slope to the south in the southeast corner.
Okay, I may have other questions
Okay.
later about that. So when you were talking about the general stormwater control generally, the site's a level. Have you looked at whether or not you think you're going to be able to meet all stormwater management criteria? Are you going to use your redevelopment status for eliminating some of that criteria not being met? And obviously, you may look at, well, you mentioned you may have to look at varying the requirement for infiltration itself, which means that without infiltration, there's going to be, additional runoff.
Correct. So the site now has no stormwater controls at all. So in development and redevelopment, we will be improving stormwater quality to the maximum extent practicable. We have not yet identified what specific standards under redevelopment that we may pursue, or if we can meet the stormwater standards fully. We will look to meet the stormwater standards fully, but we have not identified yet what we might need to meet for redevelopment.
So I back up and just mention that that was also one of my questions relative to slopes.
Yep.
Because I'm thinking rate increases and things like that. So
Correct. Yep.
Not so much volume. So you're anticipating pumping to either the MWRA or an above ground storage treatment tank?
Yes. We'll look at both options and decide what works better or is feasible.
Yeah. have you looked at the potential of getting the permit from the MWRA?
I have not, no.
No, okay. So according to the design plans, you're going to be backing the trucks into the building on the southern side of the site and then pulling them back out.
Correct.
So obviously you're gonna have some noise associated with that on the same side of the building as the rail cars. So, the rail car movement.
Mhm.
So, that brings me back to the question about acoustical controls along the southern side, which, because obviously the backing up the trucks, you're gonna have you're gonna have backup noises and all that kind of stuff.
Correct, yeah, and if, figure 9 of our application, I believe it was, showed the staging of the rail cars. And so there will be rail cars staged on track 1, which is the kind of that existing spur that is there now. Those rail cars are about 14 feet tall. So those will be even higher than the fence and will act as a visual and sound buffer as well.
Hold on, I gotta go to another page where I got other note here. So you mentioned through the NEPA process, you incorporated the self-imposed right-hand turn.
Correct.
So again, those are self-imposed and they're not any kind of documented requirement at this point. They're basically what you're proposing to do.
Correct.
Okay. You mentioned that you were talking about local outlets for local facilities or from private contractors as the site being important for quote-unquote saving money. So how would local contributors to the facility benefit from other contributors relative to saving money?
If a resident, needs to rent a dumpster, the dumpster prices are $700, $800, $900. They can access the facility if they have, less material than a full 20-yard, 30-yard, 40-yard dumpster. Would allow them to use this facility and get rid of the material for a lesser cost than renting an entire dumpster.
Sure.
I'm so glad you mentioned that, because during your entire presentation, there was only a very brief mention of local users versus commercial. So my question is, in all of your designs, I didn't hear anything about how local citizens would be able to safely utilize this facility, especially with all the commercial vehicles. If you could comment?
Yeah, they would approach the facility just as any truck would. Come in over the scales. The scale house operator would tell them, where they need to go and drive. There's staff stationed at the tipping doors that direct the vehicles in and out of the building. and they would be guided through the process and sent back out over the scales.
You're not talking about individuals, you're talking about businesses with, that would be hauling. You're talking about small haulers is what you're talking about, right?
We're talking about small haulers, but also residents in pickup trucks.
Great, so Jane Doe comes in with her Subaru,
Yep.
and she has a couple televisions and a crib. So she's gonna be driving with, amongst all these commercial vehicles and directed where within the building. And I just wanna know about her safety when she's trying to unload her vehicle within this facility and like real concrete plans for that.
Right, and I think with this facility, they're there to take construction and demolition debris. So if you renovate, a bathroom, you're replacing a toilet. That's something that they would bring there, not televisions, which is a waistband item. It's a recyclable material. So it's specific to construction and demolition debris. It's not a recycling center like most communities have, local transfer station where you can bring, mattresses and TVs and recycling, bottles and cans. So this is for construction and demolition debris.
Okay, I misheard you then when I heard you mention televisions and refrigerators before.
Well, sometimes those come in incidental in a large dumpster, if you have a house clean out. So that stuff needs to be inspected and picked out, but it's not the facility. The facility itself is not permitted to take that type of material as the main waste. We focus on the construction and demolition debris.
Can I make a clarifying comment as well? If it's okay? So just on two things relative to that, about the economic opportunities it brings to the area.
Rob, you have the ability to stand and use the mic. Sorry.
No problem. My 3-year-old kicked me in the leg this morning, so I'm just a little stiff still. But I just want to make a point of clarification what we're talking about. Libya, you noted it too about the small haulers thing. That would also be something worth mentioning too. There are people who are now traveling. I believe it's the existing facilities are in North Andover, and then Roxbury and Devens would be the 3 available to those small haulers. So local businesses or local quote-unquote small haulers would obviously be economically put in a better position if they weren't taking time, gas, energy to drive to those other facilities is one. Two, again, I just want to clarify, but you made the clarification relative to this facility won't be taking televisions. If they were any televisions at the facility, it would be incidental to construction demolition to be being dropped here. And the third thing I also wanted to speak on too is relative to having Jane Doe from Chestnut Street coming into a facility like this. That would all be part of our operation and maintenance plan that are in the procedures set for the facility. Someone like that, again, they would follow the same. It seems odd to think of it that way, but that's one of the, it's one of the, trying to think of the right word here, but one of the benefits for a general area is, again, someone is demoing a bathroom. It wouldn't be a very routine thing, and it might be novel to them to have to go do it, but it would be available for them to drop off that debris in lieu of, like Laura mentioned, getting a dumpster or any sort of, or arranging for a trash hauler to have to come to their house to do it. And I also believe, if it will, if it's okay, the applicant also had a clarifying comment on this as well.
You swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please approach the mic and identify yourself.
Good evening, everybody. Anthony Martinetti. I really appreciate everybody's, I can do that. I really appreciate everybody being here. Everybody's done a lot to get us here over the past few days and weeks and months. That being said, just for Jane Doe, can we do a couch instead of a television? Absolutely. All right. Jane's coming in. Subaru. Couch. She comes into the scale house. She's going to say, hey, I got a couch. We're going to say, great, Jane. We're so excited to have your couch. But first, we got to tell you a few things about the facility. We got to tell you some rules just so that you're safe, so that our people are safe, so that everyone around you is safe. So there's heavy equipment moving. We're going to give you a hard hat. You got to wear this second you leave the car. You got to give you a vest. You got to put this on the second you leave the vehicle. Follow, and somebody will be there to guide you through. We're going to get that couch off. It's going to be beautiful. Jane's going to come back around after she dumps off her couch, following everybody else, following our operations and maintenance plan. She's going to scale out. She's going to give us some money. But then she's going to go on her way. And no more couch for Jane. Does that help at all?
Question, how is the couch qualified as construction and demolition?
It's part of our bulky materials.
Yeah, there's 3 categories of C&D material. Category 1 is your pure construction and demolition debris. Category 2 is post-processed, essentially residuals. And category 3 is bulky waste, such as Jane's couch. Yes.
Did I correctly do that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And Mark's going to follow. If I may, before you sit down, thank you very much. So I appreciate the couch and my understanding that part of your operation and maintenance plan will be to have that personnel
Doesn't this rail
available
need to
to
separate?
assist. But let's back it back to the question about the television. So Jane Doe comes in with the couch and stuck under that couch, but not identified by Jane Doe when she rolls in, is a television. What do you do then?
I talked to Greg, and he gives me my operation and maintenance plan, and he can describe it better than me.
Right. You swear the testimony you were about to give should be the truth, the truth. Hey, please identify yourself.
Good evening. Greg Werson from Greensill Environmental. With respect to waistband items, we're differentiating between the different types of C&D, category 1, 2, and 3. We also have to, besides an operation and maintenance plan, prepare a waistband compliance plan. And under a specific part of the regulation, it's 310 CMR 19.017, there's certain commodities that you can't throw out. Tires, construction and demolition debris wood, white goods, freon-containing products, as well as CRTs, cathodic ray tubes, which would be televisions. A lot of people throw them in dumpsters, so if a dumpster comes in and there was a tire and a CRT, and the reason why we pull CRTs out is it's lead-based glass, so we don't want to mix it back into the material. They will get a surcharge. So if Jane Doe came in and she said, oh, it's $100 to get rid of my couch, and she snuck a television in there with the cameras at the facility, Jane Doe would also have a surcharge for her waistband item. I do have a few clarifying items while I'm up here. I was scribbling notes when Elizabeth was on.
Before you move on that,
Sure.
just a follow-up on the CRT or waistband items.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned the surcharge. I just want to make sure for the board's benefit, what the procedure that you'll undertake to separate out the waistband items and prevent them from going into your waste stream.
Sure, and there'll actually be a new waistband probably by the time this facility gets built, which is textiles. And so in the upfront, before a large-scale piece of equipment, like an excavator with a grapple attachment, feeds the processing line equipment, they would direct manpower, someone in a skid steer or someone to identify it. They would be probably have some small 5-yard or 10-yard cans in the facility. You saw the picking line where commodities fell through. We can stage some other cans there. Some of them might be for non-ferrous metals because they're worth a lot more, but some could be for mattresses if someone snuck that in the load, or cathodic ray tubes, or a white good where you would have to hire. We'd probably ship them out, or you could have a Freon technician actually come there and extract it, and then the metal could be recycled. So the first key really after you tip is you're inspecting it for things that are not conducive for a processing line or things that shouldn't be in there. So let's say it's a paint can or a or a piece of fabric that would get stuck in a screener, as well as those waistband items. So that's really why you have a tipping floor manager that's watching the loads as they tip. Generally, the protocol for the asbestos inspection protocol that they'll have to comply with is that they take the material, it comes out of a 30-yard can, there's a mound like to you and I, an excavator grabs it, kind of pushes it over the floor, the inspector looks at it for suspect material, whatever that may be. If they'll identify anything, it's going to tie up that doorway while people go through the material, and then they have the other 2 or 3 doorways that they can tip at. Does that about answer it? So I did talk about the waistband plan. The right-hand turn, just like other facilities, the Board of Health, even though we have not asked you to condition it, that's something that you could potentially condition during deliberations.
So you would specifically be open to that included as a condition?
Yeah.
Thank you.
We did talk about, thank you, Anthony, for talking about health and safety. You come onto the site, you will have to be compliant with OSHA regulations. With these facilities, it's generally at least a hard hat, safety glasses, and a vest. And the people they're not going to cram a couch in a Subaru and say, hey, I'm going to Anthony's. Usually, like, let's say you took down a shed, or you stripped your roof, or someone took down a deck and built a new deck, and they're coming in with a trailer or a pickup truck. You might have a half a ton of material versus, a 15 cubic yard container can hold 3 tons of material. So that's really where the savings comes from, because he might have a minimum fee, but he's certainly going to charge by the ton versus by a can or the size or something like that.
Okay, please. Identify yourself.
Michelle Newhouse, Director of Public Health. Would you ever consider doing something like a community day or having a set aside time or day that local residents could come in and drop off, and so that way they wouldn't be mixed in with, your tractor trailer dumps or something like that? Yeah. Right.
I have come to this community, and the community's been very welcoming to me. I intend to be welcoming back to them. We don't have some mapped out plan yet for certain things like that, but I do want to be a business that participates in the community and is a good neighbor, is a corporate neighbor, and is literally. So we're very open to those types of things. Whether it's a discount for local residents or a community day where residents could just come in, throw some ideas at us, I guess. And we'd be asking the entire community, not just the Board of Health.
Mm-hmm.
I just had a few more clarifying things. I know there was something when we were talking about the trench drains and the collections of the liquid waste. On the Mass DEP, when liquids touches waste, whether it's processable waste such as municipal solid waste or C&D, it's considered leachate. And because it's considered leachate, the Mass DEP looks at that contact water as part of the solid waste, which means that if you had an underground tight tank, the tight tank would have to achieve a 2-foot separation from maximum high groundwater. That's why we're going to do an above-ground tank, because they will measure from the basis of the sump below where the trench drains are, and that's where we're achieving our 2-foot separation. So when you were asking about filling 7 feet, the rail doors to the, we'll call it central west, the sump associated with that already meets the 2-foot separation presently. And the rail line is what we're calling boss. And why we call it boss is that the railroad will only let you put a certain pitch on your rail tracks, which is generally 1%. So when we're filling over, when we're entering those tipping doors, we're achieving it at a level down there. We're not filling to achieve a 2-foot separation. I believe we've calculated, because that corner will be our lowest point off of the existing railway. And I believe that we have those calculations somewhere in the report. And that's all I have.
Thank you.
Just as a follow-up to what you just said then about your above-ground tank, I'm curious, in anticipation of how often you might have to wet down your floors and clean and that kind of thing, what gallon size are you looking at for that collection tank, and how often would you have to dispose of it?
Very, very good question. One is we learned through lots of mistakes to make sure that your trench drains are recessed slightly in the building so it doesn't rain into them. But two is generally between 1,000 and 2,000 gallons, because C&D is a very absorptive material. And like kiln-dried lumber is, you know, a 15% moisture content, drywall, insulation, cellulose ceiling tiles, everything absorbs water. And so we don't anticipate using a lot of water for a number of reasons. One is you don't really need to. That's why we have an atomized misting system, which is basically, it knocks the dust out of the air, but it evaporates almost at point of contact. So you're not getting puddling or runoff or anything like that. Secondarily is we don't want to use a ton of water and just make it to the point that you're having a proper control of nuisance conditions, but not having a ton of water, because we're paying to dispose of water weight. So every ton of water that we add wasn't a ton that we charged a customer. So there is a fine line, and these atomized misting systems, it's like a 40 micron droplet. They adhere to PM10 particles pretty good. Other facilities have used, as Laura said, you can add odor counteractants if you wanted to. You can also add what's called a surfactant, which is another term is called wet water. It has more adhesive qualities to dust. But so really, to get to your question, it's not going to be a lot of water. The misting system generally is a 5-gallon per minute pump, and a lot of it is evaporating into the air as it's falling.
So based on that, how often, in your experience, would you have to pump them?
Once every few to several months. And the reason being is your trench drains are at the front of the door. You're backing your truck into the building where the waste is going. It's getting spread out by an excavator for inspection. And that process is actually absorbing liquids. You could be in the middle of the winter and have like some snow in a roll-off can, or it could contain some liquids, which you have more. And when you get that type of excess liquid, that's usually the liquid that would be pitched and enter into the trench drain system.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Does anybody have anything else for him right now? 'Cause I have a few more on
Thank
the
you.
line of other stuff to address from the PowerPoint. So you've had some preliminary discussions relative to the rail. Do you have an idea of how long it would take once you start operations to actually have your agreement for rail?
Yeah, as part of the permitting process, as we move through, the next phases with DEP and through the town, we'll be concurrently working on that sidetrack agreement with Pan Am. So we would like to open the facility with rail from day one.
You went through a whole bunch of potentially other noise control things that I believe were the first time I've heard some of them relative to, you were verbally expressing them, but they weren't in the written mitigation proposals, and you went through them really fast. So I'm wondering whether or not we could at least at some point soon get those in written form. At some point, your list of all of those that you talked about tonight.
I can do that.
You went through them too fast for me to write them
I
down.
apologize for that.
Madam Chair, we'll be sending.
You're soft-spoken.
We'll be sending along a draft decision as well, and we'll include those in the draft decision for your review by and through town councils, just to make it easier on everybody, if that's okay.
That would be appreciated.
As conditions.
Yeah, that would be appreciated. Thank you. Okay, I think my other specific questions deal with traffic. And I'm not sure whether or not I should hold them or this point or bring them up.
I'd recommend that you hold them until the traffic actually.
Yeah, I think I will. I mean, they might be generally answerable by her, but I'd rather hold them and put them all together if that's okay. Yeah.
Sure. And you haven't had the benefit of going through Mike Penny's report, and there may be some observations and recommendations in there that would lead to some questions on your part. And these witnesses will be available for you to ask those questions, assuming we're going to continue to deal with, I'll call it, some of the cleanup aspects of the application.
Yes, and I guess that's, well, I want to get to my other board members relative to their questions, but I'm based on the layout that we were going to proceed with, and then had to pivot and work with what we had to work with. We did not get that report until very late today, which meant this afternoon. So I anticipate probably having to deal with that. I don't know if we're going to have to deal with it later or deal with it tonight with Mike, or I'm not sure how to go about that. Huh? Yeah.
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Hearing Officer. I think depending on where we get tonight, obviously we would want to introduce Mr. Penny to describe his findings, his review, and raise his questions. But it is possible that would be on a second night, depending on how things progress tonight, which might give you more time to review his report as well as prepare follow-up questions. So I think it really depends on where we are tonight.
I mean, I would personally, I'd like to see him be able to go through that for a lot of reasons, so that the board can think about all of that as well, and the applicant has an opportunity possibly tonight to start addressing some of that, and then also chew on it for a while if they need to. So
I think it just depends upon
I'm just
how
trying
far we get.
Yeah, and I'm trying to figure out how far we get and who's on first. Oh, I did a baseball reference.
You did.
That's for him.
That's fine. I
Well,
see this place.
subject to the questions that other board members may have about compliance with the site suitability criteria of these two witnesses, these two experts, we could have Mr. Penny share some of his observations with respect to citing criteria only, pending your review of his report, and we take the traffic piece at the next continued hearing, in which case Ms. Brown
Well, it's only 7:30.
Okay, I can go as long as you can go, so if that's the case,
Somebody could bring in some espresso, but.
if that's the case, Mr. Penny, do you feel comfortable making observations about citing criteria only tonight?
I can do it in a general fashion, sure.
Okay, all right.
Based on your report?
Sure.
And review of the materials.
So
Did he have a formal
why don't we finish
presentation?
up with the questions of the board, take a short break, and then we'll have Mr. Penny present his findings with respect to the criteria. If there's time, we can start getting into the traffic.
Yeah, so I don't know if my questions have to do with traffic or not, because they're mostly having to do with the emissions from the trucks. So I don't know if I should hold on to that.
I think you should ask them that.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Yes, ask your questions about, that goes to the air impacts, citing criteria.
So do we want to do that right now or after the break?
Oh, after the break.
Okay.
Who wants the break?
Sure, we can do a break, that sounds good.
All right, it is 7:25, come back at 7:45.
Oh, that's too long.
That's too long.
Too long? Okay, 5-minute break, is that all you want?
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, 5-minute
It's a
break.
stretch. So I do have a question about your air, let's see, if you have any carbon neutral plans for trucks. So you've got 140 trucks a day. You said you were moving towards, I can't remember that section that you quoted, but moving towards minimizing greenhouse gases. Can you just talk about that a little bit more?
Yes. A couple things. One with respect to greenhouse gas emissions is the use of rail. There's some documented evidence by CSX that rail is 4 times more efficient on how much waste it can pull per gallon of fuel than a regular tractor trailer. I believe it's in one of our documents here, like how many miles you get per gallon on rail versus truck. Secondarily is by using the rail in the active consolidation at this actual facility where you're taking a bunch of smaller trucks, and whether you're putting it in a large rail car or whether you're putting it in a larger truck, that is an act of greenhouse gas emissions. We have to remember that we call it, in the business we refer to it as the waste shed. And the waste shed is similar at the DEP, they have different things called air sheds. So the waste shed is a certain radius of, depending on how big the truck is, you can pull it from a bigger area to this facility to get out by rail. But the waste shed, so this waste is being delivered. So if they can't deliver it here, it means that they have to hit our roads in our air shed and drive a greater distance, like we mentioned, to Fort Devens or to Roxbury or to TBI in North Andover or up into Salem, New Hampshire, LL&S, where they'll take this type of material. As with respect to trucks and carbon neutrality, we're not haulers. We're receivers of the material, so we're not instituting carbon neutrality associated with the deliverers of the material or the homeowners or residents or the local contractors that would be coming to this facility. We have seen carbon neutrality happen with municipal solid waste, where the packer trucks that pick up your curbside materials are run by natural gas. But with respect to roll-off containers, what this facility will take, or the live floor trailers, which is more of a tractor trailer than lawn trailers, they are not presently natural gas powered nor electrically powered at this point in time. So Anthony's carbon neutrality is actually the development of the facility by 1, consolidating, but by 2, actually extracting recyclables, ferrous and non-ferrous metals, old corrugated cardboard, gypsum, plastics, wood, and everything like that. So our carbon neutrality is also the act of recycling products rather than taking a raw product and putting it back into use, if that helps answer your question.
It does, thank you so much. So
You're welcome.
when the trucks come in, when the trucks come in, they only are allowed to idle for 5 minutes?
Yeah, Massachusetts has an anti-idling policy and rule, and it will be posted at this facility and enforced, and yes, it's 5 minutes, unless they're moving or sequencing. This facility, with 2 scales, and they also have bypass lanes, you could use an outbound scale if there's no one there as an inbound scale. I mean, they're self-serving. So it's really to get them in, detarp, get them into the doors, retarp if they need to, and exit the facility. That act itself could only take 5 minutes. And when you're a new customer, it's going to take longer. They need to get your information. They actually might have to take your truck and container tear weight. But as trucks are readily going to the material, and it's the same truck, like it's the same tractor trailer and live floor trailer, they already have tear weights. So they don't have to do multi-weighing because they already know what the truck is empty, and so they'll enter that. So the act of tipping, as this facility becomes more embedded and is utilized and known, the traffic will flow actually better at the facility based on their record keeping.
Great, thanks so much.
Can I add to that? We have 4 tipping doors in the building proposed, so having that many doors, I think our typical trucks is 10 an hour. Those trucks can move in and out of the doorways quickly and efficiently.
How many is that NER? I mean, new.
4.
To put it in perspective, there's a place in Taunton, in the Taunton Industrial Park, Miles Standish Industrial Park, called New England Waste Disposal. They have 2 facilities. One can accept 1,500 tons per day, and they take construction and demolition debris and some municipal solid waste. They operate with 4 doors. This facility, which is a third of the size, is going to operate with 3 doors. And we did that because of traffic constraints, size of the facility, and we want them in and out. That would also help with, if there is a smaller truck that needs to hand unload, maybe they designate the furthest westerly door if they're not doing it, just to have an unloading area not near the 3 other doors, so the commercial traffic could operate there. But logistically, he's going to figure that out through the planning exercises. We might shift the door. We might move it around. We might barricade in an area for safety. But those are the things that once we get to design level detail plans, that we'll ferret out and talk through our O&M, environmental monitoring plans, delivery procedures manuals, that those things, as well as policies and procedures on, if you're a customer, what you need to do, and what are the repercussions if you don't do what you need to do. And it usually works this way if you looked at other facilities. First time, written warning. Second time, banned for the facility for a certain period of time. Third time, banned. Now, if you're a customer, and because you're banned, you have to drive 45 minutes one way to another facility and one way back, there's a little more incentive for you to play nice in the sandbox. And it seems to work pretty well. I mean, there's a bad apple in every bunch or every class or whatever it may be. But for the most part, the delivery procedures are pretty enforceable because you take an hour and a half of someone's day.
Time and money.
They get upset about it. It's time and money.
And one of the things that I did note in your the document that you sent a few days ago, you mentioned there's a phone number for the public to use to report any complaints. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes. As part of the operation and maintenance plan requirements, as well as the waste ban, there are required postings. And the postings have to be at the entrance of the facility is a 24-hour emergency number, and at a minimum at the scale house in the tipping area, there's a list of acceptable and non-acceptable items, as well as the emergency phone numbers. So they will have to have, either Anthony can answer it 24/7, or you can have a service, because if you're answering, I'm going to call you every once in a while. So yes, the answer is yes, you have to have a number. Yes, it's not just gonna go to a machine. It has to be someone that's going to take a call.
I have a question before we, if that's okay.
I'm
You're
more on the
listening.
traffic.
Yeah, okay. I have a question. If you know, and this might be a question for the applicant, if you know, who are likely some of your larger / major haulers potentially going to be customers for you?
So it's hard to say this time. We haven't tried to get anybody's business. Anybody that you see with a reputable, legal, permitted roll-off company, clean out, anybody who deals with construction and demolition debris. And you probably see some of the bigger names, Waste Management's in the business, Republic Services is in the business. Those are national companies.
Nasty, French, Grant?
Yeah.
If they will legally bring us material that we're supposed to accept, we will not deny anybody from proper delivery of goods that we're supposed to receive.
Anything correctly manifested?
Exactly.
Okay.
We're not going to be taking anything illegal. We're not going to be burying anything. You know, there's history with some of, we won't be doing anything wrong. If they do it correctly, we'll do it.
Thank you. I am. For now, yeah.
Go ahead. Let's see. If you could just describe the 24/7 operation and what actually is happening at various hours during the operation, including the weekend operations. I'm sorry. I'll answer. If you could just clarify the 24/7 operation, what's happening throughout the day, because obviously there's the noise and other components with respect to 24/7 operation. So what is actually happening during those 24-hour periods? What is happening on the weekends? When do you actually stop accepting material? How much time is just floor cleanup and dealing with materials, things like that?
So, if I say anything incorrect, please.
I'll raise my hand.
Thank you. So we're going to have, so when we say 24/7 operation, I envision, when I say that maintenance is a huge part of this facility. There's a lot of bearings and materials. All the equipment breaks. We will be doing tons of maintenance. There'll be mechanics on staff working daily. So we will need 24/7 to repair equipment. That doesn't mean that we intend to receive equipment 24/7. We've recently proposed, probably in our last few documents, that we're going to be, and we're going to be adding to a draft decision, some conditions on hours. Now, Attorney Peterson just brought up to me in Director Newhouse's question that if we did something like a community day on a Sunday and we restricted our own hours, we wouldn't even be able to perform that if we said we're not going to be open on Sunday. So it's something that we'll have to fine tune. The hours that I believe we came up with were 5
a.m. to
7 p.m.
7 p.m. Monday through Friday, and 5 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Saturdays for the acceptance of the materials. And why we looked at that is the acceptance of the materials, that's when your doors are open and shut, that's when the backup alarms are happening. So after that, you can close the doors, you can process inside, you can do your maintenance. You're not going to have trucks going over and out the scale except for an outbound vehicle, potentially, some recyclables. And you might have, if you had to restage a rail car in the building, let's say you filled one up, each rail car holds about 100 tons. So maybe you'd have to pull one out and put one back in over the nighttime hours. but certainly plenty of tipping time. Another, for instance, is Champion City Recovery in Brockton. They're a 1,000-ton-a-day facility. They open at 7 in the morning. I believe that they have 3 or 4 functioning doors, and they're closed at 1. They get their 1,000 tons in about 6 hours. We have 14 hours of operating time. And the reason being is he does want to service smaller vehicles that they might have to hand unload, and they might take up more door time and door space. But
the only thing I'd like to add to that as I'm thinking up here, which is dangerous, is emergencies. So if the state was under an emergency order for certain things, we had a hurricane, tornadoes, etc., and people needed to get stuff up off the streets, that's something that we would definitely want to be able, you know, if there's a tornado scare coming, we want to get debris that would be flying around off the street. That would be something that we'd want to actually be open for, but it would be an extreme circumstance.
Anthony, that is true. We did that in Taunton, and it would have to be through not a regularly scheduled Board of Health meeting, but through the agent and maybe directing to the chair. We put that language in the site assignment conditions that under a state of emergency or something, that you don't have to go and get special permission from the Mass DEP, because that's like, you know, it will take a long time to get it through Mark Fairbrother and plans, that the Board of Health has the opportunity to do that. And as with, like he said, community days, you could say, should the facility decide to have community days, that they could operate in certain hours on a Sunday, which reduces, you'd know that there wouldn't be any big commercial traffic. You know that it would be for your community. But you'd also know that it was just for the benefit of the community and not for external folks or suppliers of those materials. So that's something, and we'll come up with, like we said earlier, with the questions regarding other noise conditions. We'll come up with a list, and we'll look at all our site assignments and come up with some lists that will give benefits to the community, as well as fail-safes and things that you could tell Anthony to do on just a regularly scheduled hearing. So you don't have to open up a site assignment, but let's say they needed to do more sound controls in the building. You could, the site assignment would say, we are telling you to do more sound controls in the building, or you know, you work out a town collection day where people, you know, residents can bring their construction and demolition debris there one day a month on a Sunday, and they throw it on the floor, we load it up and call it good. So we'll look at those things, but what you want to do is give the latitude to the applicant and the board so that you don't have to go through these type of things to get something simple done that's good for the community or good for the operator.
Thank you. Obviously, there's a limit to that latitude, but so if I'm hearing correctly, you'll be proposing as part of your draft decision conditions, including conditions that would address the actual hours of operation as opposed to maintenance hours, other hours, emergency situations, and other circumstances where, with the permission of the Director of Public Health, for example, you would be able to reopen for specific circumstances?
Yes, we would condition.
Are you wedded to the 5 a.m. start time?
So most of the facilities that I'm familiar with start with a 5 a.m. I'm actually thinking about Saugus right now, where they do 5 a.m., 5 p.m. That's a pretty regional spot for solid waste. So it's kind of what we're modeling it after.
Okay.
Produces peak hour traffic.
The only other thing is I have been up there in that neighborhood for about 5 years now, mostly cleaning it up. A lot of times it was off hours because that's when I had time. And in those off hours, just about all the industrial buildings in the neighborhood are operating starting around 5 a.m. I know FedEx is running all night long with their double trailers, and you have some of the other big trailer companies. But we've never, as far as we know, we've never heard of any complaints from any of the cleanup. That a lot of it happened off hours, and it was outside. So that's kind of where we came up. We thought it was a thoughtful position on the hours.
Thank you.
Can I add to that as well? By having a start time early at 5 a.m. and earlier, takes trucks away from the peak traffic hours. They'll get a jump on the day, they'll get to the facility and out of the facility before peak traffic starts. So it actually would help reduce the traffic from this facility on the nearby traffic during those peak traffic hours.
Understood, but it moves the noise potential to earlier. Because the trade-off.
Do you have any others
I think I'm good for now.
for now?
Yeah, I think we're good for now.
I think we're all set as
I
far as.
have actually, it's a follow-up question to the chair's question about, you wind up big customers. This isn't a field of dreams where you build them and you hope that they come. Have you done some sort of waste shed analysis that justifies the hours of operation?
Good question. If you contact any of the section chiefs, whether it's Nero up here, Mark Fairbrother, or Mark Dakers, every facility is operating at capacity. I just said Champion City, they fill up at 1. There is more waste than there presently is capacity. So if you're talking about the NASDs of the world, they might load a live floor and drive it to Rhode Island or out of state right now. And the reason being is that there really is no capacity. And that, John, that's coupled with the landfill closures. You know, we closed Taunton a little over a year ago. Chicopee closed a little over 2.5 years ago. Fall River closed a while ago.
Southbridge.
The Southbridge Casella landfill closed. So basically, we're not increasing any incinerator capacity right now in the state. We're diminishing all the landfill capacity. And the only way that it makes really sense is to have rail-served facilities that can go to these megafills. And a megafill is like somewhere in Ohio where they had an old coal mine, they line it, they have 100 years of capacity at 5,000 tons a day or something like that. And that's where these facilities are doing business. You know, Pennsylvania, Ohio, West Virginia. I mean, some of them are going, further west, but not really in this area. So with respect to capacity, if you check every rail-served facility in this state, they are operating at capacity, and we actually need more.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions of these two witnesses who can come back to answer questions after Mr. Penny's presentation and after review of his report? So do we want to move to Mr. Penny?
Yeah, I think the board would reserve its right, obviously, to recall, especially in light of Mr. Penny's, but I think it's time to bring Mr. Penny forward.
Okay, Mr. Penny.
Mr. Shea, can I just ask one question to seek clarification from the board as well before we bring up Mr. Penny? So this was just a thought as well. I know we talked a lot about our traffic concerns with Laura and Greg up here. I'm not sure if it's the pleasure of the board. The pre-written testimony of our traffic experts is of record. It's here. I'm not sure if you are going to be seeking or wanting to do a formal presentation relative to traffic, or should we move in order to expedite matters? I mean, we're fine either way. If it would just be more efficient to ask questions relative to specific things we have issues with in the traffic, or however that you want to proceed that. I figured I'd give you that, or bring that forth before Mr. Penny comes up here, so we know kind of how we're going to move this forward.
Well, Mr. Penny's not going to be addressing traffic issues now. It's going to be
Just his criteria,
setting
correct?
criteria right now.
Correct. I just wanted to put that out there before we move forward with any other course of action with this hearing.
Mr. Hearing Officer, I would certainly suggest that the traffic engineer should be expected to make some presentation. I don't think it needs to be extensively detailed because we have a lot of documentation, but a general presentation and then be available for questions and also any follow-up that Mr. Penny may provide. But I don't think we want to rely strictly on the pre-file. We want some introductory presentation.
Perfect, thank you.
I agree. Thank you. Mr. Penny, step to the mic, please. Raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth and so help you? Nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I'll start a little bit with my professional history. I've been an engineer for about 36 years. I'm a Massachusetts registered professional engineer. In my career, I've been around scores of landfills and transfer stations. I've worked for a number of solid waste companies. I've also worked for a number of private folks and municipalities in dealing with solid waste issues. So I've kind of seen things from both sides of the fence. For this particular project, I've been kind of with it kind of from the start. I've looked at all the submittals that were put forth, the environmental notification form, the draft environmental impact report, the final impact report, comments from the secretary. I spoke with people from MIPA, then looked at the site assignment application, spoke with folks at Massdep about it, and then of course have been having additional discussions with the board all along through this process and the town. So I've been working with the town. GeoInsight has worked for the town for, gosh, probably going on 20 years in various capacities, but we've helped the town with some solid waste concerns, a number of different things over the years. So I'm kind of familiar with the town, familiar with some of the people here, and hopefully over the years I've built the town's, I've built trust with the town with my ability to try to help in a fair and reasonable way. So as I've looked at all the information, I've tried to do it from a perspective of being able to reduce some of the technical information and boil it down and give the Board of Health information in a usable form, answer their questions along the way. And I think that as a first comment overall, I've reviewed lots of different solid waste documentation, and I have found that the materials that we've seen tonight through each step of the process, they've been very good, they've been comprehensive, and the information that has been presented tonight has been very good. I haven't heard things that shock me or surprise me, or I start writing down notes to say, oh boy, I completely disagree with that. So I would like the board to honestly know that this is a pretty good quality package that has been presented, and it has a very good amount of detail, and it's in the details that I will talk a little bit about further, I guess. But with that idea in mind, it's very, I think, very appreciated by everybody that this process of going through a development like this with all the different steps, it's not incumbent or even a good economical decision by a proponent to satisfy and solve all the details at the very outset, because the project may never go forward and the proponent would have wasted some of their money by going to that level of detail when they didn't need to. But here, we've kind of seen it as you follow through all the documentation, the details have been growing and getting better, and we've heard even more details tonight, and certainly some of the details have answered some of the questions that we have had, that I've had. But it strikes me that with the Board of Health being charged with the responsibility to review the site assignment, which is a very big responsibility, it's interesting and strange that the site assignment application doesn't require all those little details to satisfy what the Board of Health really needs to try to protect its citizens. And so I guess that's kind of part of this process, but it is worth saying, and we've heard that additional details will be forthcoming. In fact, they will have to be produced for additional permitting with the DEP. They'll have to be produced for the town, for the going through the site plan review process. But I think from the perspective of the Board of Health, some of those details are worth having more information about now, given the decision that they have to make. So with that thought in mind, or that philosophy, I guess, that is how I approached preparing my report. And I did not, as I went through the site assignment documentation and looking back at what was provided to MIPA, there has not been any significant change along the way that suggested there's like a kind of like a red flag, like why was this project going in this direction and it has shifted. It's the general direction of the project has stayed pretty much the same through the whole till right where we are here tonight, and that's a good thing. Also, as I review all the information, I agree with the findings of DEP. There was no particular one thing or two things that raised a red flag with me technically, with the perspective of this project being something that should not have made it through the site assignment, and we should fight DEP's decision. And even going back to the environmental impact report, I did not observe a particular finding there where I would have come to the town and recommended that we go back to MIPA and say, no, we can't accept this impact report because it needs this and this. We did have some comments, but I think those comments were addressed in that part of the process in the environmental impact period. So I think the project as a whole, where it is today, is acceptable. In reviewing all the different criteria, there's no one particular thing of any of the criteria where I could say they've met all these except for these two things or these three things. There's no one thing where I would say we cannot go forward with the site assignment because this is absolutely a roadblock based on the information that I've reviewed today. But going back to the details, it is, in my opinion, the details that the Board of Health needs a little bit more of, in just to help in resolving in your own minds, making decisions and accepting all the little moving parts, because there are many, many parts. So I'll just go through, I'm not going to read my report because I don't even have it with me, but a lot of the information has been partially addressed, and some of it maybe even fully addressed with regard to some of the comments that I had in my reports. But I'll just kind of go down through from memory some of the things that I had called out. And it's my understanding that you all have maybe at least read through the report quickly. Mm-hmm. So with regard to stormwater, there's comments about complying with regulations, and that's perfect, and of course we want to hear you say that, but it would be helpful to the Board of Health to know what kind of contaminants you're actually anticipating, what constituents, what concentrations, what is the actual treatment that you're planning, what contingencies would you have if something was unexpected, actual types of treatment systems you might be using. These are things that you will be developing anyway, but it would, even if you can provide a very basic kind of skeletal description of some of those items, I think it would be helpful for the Board of Health to know that you're thinking forward about some of these issues so that the stormwater quality will be protected down the road. I'm not talking about doing full-on hydro studies or demonstrating 85% removal of some particular contaminant, but that's the next level. But something in between where there's just a little more description about what might happen and what you might do to address it. The groundwater separation depth is another one. There's definitely information in the site assignment about how you are estimating the 2-foot separation, but I think it would be very helpful to the board to kind of put all the information in one place, so you not only have the groundwater contours, you have some historical elevation data tables, perhaps have test pit data that actually
has seasonal high water observations related to an actual elevation, so that you kind of compile all that information into one more convincing package that the Board of Health could understand. That would be particularly useful in the case of infiltration, where the infiltration is proposed kind of on the high side of the site with regard to groundwater flow, I believe. And there's not really a lot of data there to support exactly where the 2-foot separation might be on that side of the site. And that may be information that you already have. It would just be a matter of kind of putting it somewhere. With regard to noise, it's great to hear you're already thinking about some kind of sound proofing or barriers, but I think, again, it would be very helpful for the board to hear and get a little bit more detail about the actual specifications of those materials, even if it's in a very a cut sheet kind of a form from a website that might describe what materials you're thinking about and where they might go and when you might need to use them in case you didn't right away, but you might have to use them later. That would be helpful. The fact that the site is currently an MCP site and it's currently under an audit with the DEP is a concern for the Board of Health, and it seems prudent and reasonable to wait for the audit to come through. The board would want to hear exactly what the findings of the audit would be before they could fully accept some of the proposals in terms of stormwater and infiltration, because there may be an outcome there that has a significant bearing on the construction. I don't know what it might be, but it just kind of makes sense. And I know DEP it may be difficult to get information from DEP about when the audit, excuse me, would be done, but I think that's reasonable for the board to know more information about. A question about the rail schedule. It was good to hear clarification that the plans to get the rail going right away are currently, that's the current approach. But I guess it would also be interesting to know if the rail portion did not take place for some extended period, like a year or two. Does the absence of the benefits of having rail, does that adversely impact the greenhouse gas emissions study and the reliance of that study on having the rail? You talked a little bit about the air quality, and those were all good details. I think another thing that would be helpful to the board would be to have action items actually described for when sweeping would happen, when dusting, when there might be misting. Does it just happen automatically? Is there going to be a sensor? Does somebody actually program it? It's a little more detail for the board to understand how those controls happen. If there's sweeping outside, it shouldn't just be as needed. There should be like an actionable occurrence, like what does as needed mean? So just little tiny details like that, but it would help the Board of Health have something. If somebody made a complaint, the Board of Health could say, well, they sweep when you see dust on the road or whatever. So if there's no dust, then the complaint, it's different from if somebody's just complaining because they drive by the facility every day. On the public benefit side, we heard Greg gave a lot of information about kind of the state of things in solid waste, which are all very true. And I think that, Greg, the things you said, if you could put those in writing, I think that would be very important and more digestible to the Board of Health to kind of have a little bit of a better sense for all the different moving parts and why a facility like this actually is helpful right now in New England with everything that is happening, because that provides context for not only their own questions and feeling about the facility, but when they're addressing comments and questions from others, to know more about the benefit, the potential benefits here is very, very important. And then we also just talked a little bit more about the hours of operation, and again, just more detail on what would happen when is very important, and then that can be used by the board to determine if there needs to be conditions put on certain activities within certain timeframes. That's it.
Essentially, what you're asking for is some supplemental written material dealing with these particular topics. The turnaround time on that is critical because we have a deadline for the board to deliberate and to write a decision. The one troublesome thing I see is dealing with any specificity about impacts as a result of it being an MCP site. The board doesn't have the luxury of waiting until DEP decides to issue its notice of fire findings, because it has a deadline. So we need to think creatively about that issue. And these folks here aren't LSPs. I don't know who the LSP who is that? Mr. Germano. Oh, Mr. Wyatt. I didn't recognize you with your mask on. I think that needs to be addressed in some way. I mean, clearly there's going to be construction activities on the site. I don't know all the remedial activities that occurred at the site, i.e. soil removal, to what depth, and where does it occur with respect to proposed construction activities. Those sort of issues are generic enough that they could be addressed. But I don't think we're in a position, even with the chair's squeeze that she has at the agency, to get the wayside cleanup people to.
I have absolutely no influence on any of my colleagues in that bureau, as much as I've tried. Thank you very much.
So do you have a reaction, at least to the NCP piece?
Yeah, and what you said is completely true. The audit findings may not be out for 5 months. In all honesty, I mean, we just don't know. I think maybe a potential solution to that would be the proponent and his LSP consider certain potential outcomes, and they provide just a bullet list of here's what we would do if, here's what we do if. So we know that they're thinking about that, and that may be enough to satisfy the board that, okay, they've just addressed a pretty reasonable range of potential situations in a reasonable way, and we're satisfied with it.
If I may, Mr. Hearing Officer, obviously, we have a as you've made clear, a 45-day timeline from the opening of the hearing to complete the hearing process, deliberate, and issue a decision. And we can't avoid that timeline in anticipation of the audit findings. That also being said, the board is limited in what it can even do with respect to those audit findings, with respect to the issues of an MCP site. That's a different regulatory scheme, although they have impacts on each other. I think that certainly the Board of Health would be looking for a commitment from the proponent to address any and all issues that might come up with respect to an audit, possibly elucidating to greater specificity what issues are anticipated at the site and how the proponent might address. But I mean, again, some of this is speculative, understanding that. But I think it's more of a commitment and an understanding, and recognizing, of course, that should something really untoward happen, it could result in a reopening. This board has other authority, enforcement authority, and other mechanisms to address threats to public health, safety, and environment. But I think we'd be looking for some sort of commitment from the proponent as to what may arise from that that audit and whether your LSP has any inkling of where that's headed. But those are initial thoughts.
I'd like to comment. May I?
Absolutely.
It's your meeting.
Let me tell you where my concerns are. My concerns are that we obviously have to provide conditions or consider conditioning. Right now, what's been filed by your LSP is a permanent solution statement with no conditions, which is under audit as of October, last October. So let's just take worst case scenario. That your audit findings come back that they're not going to accept that, and they're going to scope something more relative to continued monitoring, administrative controls, AUL, or possibly even active controls at some point under your building or involved with the site relative to additional sampling. I don't know. I've seen soup to nuts. So moving forward, we're looking at a site plan that may or may not potentially interfere with additional investigation even that might be required. So those are where my concerns are. Obviously, construction issues associated with the site could be a problem. As it's designed now, my guess is your wells are going to be gone. Your monitoring wells would be disturbed and are gone, and I see the LSP hiding behind Rob. I don't know if he's going to want to speak to any of this, but so all of those kinds of things impact some of the conditioning we might put on the site. I don't know, we condition a barrier wall somewhere, and that's exactly where you're going to need a new monitoring well. I'm throwing these crazy things out. And obviously your stormwater design is going to end up being really contingent upon that audit finding potentially. So just so you know where our concerns are and where we're coming from with all of it, so that as you move forward, maybe you can think about potentially what might happen and what your contingency plan would be for that kind of thing to make us a little bit more comfortable with that, and let us know about that.
So I'm way past my depth trying to get into some of that.
That's why you pay him over there.
But I'm the applicant. So I can say this, the draft decision that we've been kicking around amongst our team is going to say that we're following, and by the way, as always, me not being a specialist, correct me, but we will be adding as a condition that we'll be following the MCP, we'll be following the audit findings, and the only other thing I can say to that is my record of, since I bought the site, we've been cleaning it up ever since. It's taken a serious commitment to cleaning that up. It was a lot. I want to continue to do that, and I don't really want to speak to speculation of the audit findings, but we'll be following the MCP, Massdep regulations throughout, and we will design a facility that works with that.
I think to kind of pick up on what the chair has said, the concern is to make sure that obviously the construction, the conditioning and operation of this facility would be subject to whatever requirements arise from the audit, which may impact the operations. And the concern, of course, is that obviously this board, and particularly the chair, wants to be sure that you comply with any requirements that arise from the audit, but at the same time, that those requirements don't detrimentally impact the conditions and benefits that come from the conditioning of the site assignment. That example, a very good example is given. If you're going to put in a sound barrier wall, that would then have to be moved or eliminated in some fashion because of a well. I know that's probably an extreme example, but certain circumstances where certain things may have to be shifted or changed, the board's concern is A, compliance with the audit findings, and B, compliance with maximum protection of public health, safety, and environment pursuant to the site assignment if it is granted by this board. So weighing those two possibly conflicting issues.
So just to follow up on that in very simple English, I'm a real nutcase about self-imposed hardships. Now your attorney will know exactly what that means. So, enough said.
So I guess my only response to that would be, their resume in this business is significant. They have a lot of history in it. They'll be designing the future facility. They'll have multiple conversations with Massdep, specifically the Northeast region, who's at the top of the street. So they will design as necessary, and we will follow all the MCP guidelines and the audit findings and whatever we have to do to make it work. And they're pretty good at making stuff happen. So
I think this may be a situation, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but you in some ways have a benefit that this board and we don't have, in the sense of knowing what's happening, what could be coming through this audit process, possibly to some extent. But what we'd be looking to, as your attorney has mentioned, and as you've mentioned, as the proponent, that you're going to be proposing a draft decision, and that certainly on our end, we'll be looking at language with respect to this specific issue, if there's language that you could propose in consultation with your LSP, so that, to address the chair's issue about, self-imposed hardships, that it's not a situation where you're coming back to this board because of a circumstance that maybe could have been anticipated.
So I don't anticipate that, but I'm also very unfamiliar with self-imposed hardships. So that's my best answer.
Explain it to him later, okay? Please.
I think the very good points that you made with respect to the MCP, and obviously all the conditions imposed, not only by what the LSP has done to date, but what the audit comes back to, we're going to have to follow and meet. We have a lot of sites that, one, in the disposal area of the Superfund site, or two, MCP sites, and I think the conditions with the board, because that's not a condition that would, it's not a major modification condition, it's something, and Rob will talk a little bit about design anyways, because these are conceptual and things might have to shift a little bit. But one of the things is, we're holding this meeting, 45 days, you render a decision, then we have to start preparing ministerial permits, like planning board, right? And that's gonna take however long. He's looking at me, so I'm just gonna tell him it's gonna take 4 months, and then we'll just.
We're gonna design it first, and then permit.
And then we have the authorization to construct, which statutorily is somewhere, I believe it's 155 days. But with that process, we would obviously go down the street and see Mark Fairbrother and have a scoping session, a pre-application meeting for the ATC. And at that time, we can probably request the folks with the MCP side to sit in on that meeting so that we can go over our design plans, probably some of the preliminary audit findings if they could let us know. So if we need to put in monitoring wells in certain locations, and I mean, if they say we want a monitoring well right here, I mean, a foot over, I don't think it's going to matter with respect to a wall or anything, or if they needed other action items like a vapor barrier underneath the slab of the building, or things like that they're going to make recommendations. I mean, if they say, yeah, you need a vapor barrier, it's only 8 mil poly sheeting, well then just do it. That way, when, you know, it's already done. So I do believe that we have a fair amount of time between these action items, ministerial permits, as well as going through the ATC, that unfortunately, you know, we're not gonna get through the ATC process in 2022, based on statutory timeframes. So I think that we have time to hear from the Mass DEP, and hopefully, there's a term called adequately regulated, and usually has to do with old landfills, but the solid waste division and what's going on this site is gonna work under the MCP side, but one of them is gonna say, okay, it's adequately regulated through X, Y, Z, or whatever we do. They're gonna have to close it out through the LSP side, but a lot of the directives could come from the section chief, Mark Fairbrother, on what he would like to see with respect to the design, is my guess. I'm putting words in his mouth right now, so if he's watching me on TV, I apologize.
Yeah, I just want to I believe that we're confident that we can adequately put forth a condition that would be acceptable to you, Mark, to the board by and through you, to ensure exactly what Libby is trying to guard against. You don't want to, we don't want to, for lack of a better term, be shooting ourselves in the foot by taking a step here and then having to somehow retroactively deal with it, you know, in the future. And I'm confident that we can put forth a condition with some sort of supporting material that not only will allow you to agree to the condition, but understand kind of where we're coming through on that. So if it would please the board, and again, I will submit it to you with the other draft conditions, with some of the stuff we talked here tonight, I think that would be the best avenue to address this specific concern. And I also just wanted to bring up one thing. A lot of what Mr. Penny, who had a great peer review, a lot of what he brought up as to what they're looking for and what we're concerned with, I think that falls within the purview of 16.401C, and that's relative to facility design review. So it's to be assumed that when we're presumed that we're going to be comport with and/or be in compliance with all relevant state, federal, and regulatory and policy requirements with the submission here, right? So some of the stuff that Mr. Penny asked for would fall under the purview of 16.401C relative to design considerations, which were not asked for by the department before we got here. So it would be outside of the purview of what the facility design review criteria would be subject to this exact site assignment. However, I've talked about it with our environmental engineers, with GeoInsight, and some of that information we are willing to put forth because we can get it to you kind of expeditiously. But other stuff that the specific design review standards are not going to be available at this time for lack of a better term, because we haven't been required to quote unquote think that far ahead, because the regs don't require us to. But we do have some consideration for what specifically Mr. Penny was seeking in his questions and clarifications, and we will endeavor to put forth some clarifying information relative to the same.
I think what Mr. Penny is trying to accomplish is to kind of challenge you to give some added level of detail so that the board will have greater comfort, recognizing that the conditions in a site assignment may not go to that level of specifics, but I think looking to give this board greater comfort and answers to as much as possible to those specific types of concerns, recognizing the limits of what this review process entails.
Correct. So we will. There were a few to, if not a majority of what was discussed. I believe we can, again, expeditiously put that forth, and we will endeavor to do so to make sure, again, it's our goal as the applicant to get the board as comfortable as you can be with, you know, what we're proposing, and then, you know, moving us to a draft decision that everyone, again, is comfortable with and accepting of. With taking into specific consideration that we don't want to be shooting ourselves in the foot and moving forward. So,
thank you.
I think what Mr. Penny is recommending in terms of additional information, and I'm going to presume, but I don't think the board wants single-spaced, multi-page text on each one of the topics. So if there's
Just kidding.
a noise piece that, you know, bullets out potential sources of noise, potential mitigation. You know, that might be an example of, you know, a one-pager. And for most of the things that Mr. Penny said, I think it lends itself to that sort of summary disposition. So I don't think the board wants a heck of a lot more paper, but they want some precision and some summary in what you present. And we're limited by time. I mean, you can only write so much so quickly, as you know from putting together your pre-filed testimony in short order. So, is that all right, Madam Chair?
Yes. I think, again, if you take a look at the letter that was provided to you by Mr. Penny and consolidate, you know, I think also oftentimes consistently in the way of alternatives analysis, like, okay, well, this would be my best case scenario, but what if? You know, what if this happened, or this happened? What are your contingencies? What are your potential mitigations on your own project for having to deal with that? And if you address it from that point of view, I think that those are the kinds of, I don't know, level of comfort that we would like to see, that these things have been thought out, and that, and if we see in there any necessity for a condition about any of that, that's what we're looking for. Our ability to comprehensively condition something on a project that would give us that level of comfort. Does that make sense? Okay.
Yeah, I understand exactly what you're saying, and I guess we're trying to walk the fine line as we're trying to give you as much information as we can, but we're also understanding of what the CMRs would require of us, and where we are in the process. At some point, it is not going to be, I don't know if we're going to have all the information that you're seeking at this point of the process, given what the CMRs require of us, but from what Mr. Penny has requested here this evening, I believe, after talking over with Mr. Werson and Ms. Bouguet, that we will be able to provide at least cursory information to allow you to get to a point where you're at least comfortable with what you're requesting, if that makes any sense.
And keep all of this in mind from a general point of view when we do get to the traffic stuff.
Correct.
I think we're talking the same thing. Laura and Greg, you understand what you're looking for.
Yeah, we will prepare a response to comments document, and we'll go through and respond to the comments. I think I spoke to a portion of them tonight in the oral presentation, but we'll put that in writing, and we'll try to be as concise and succinct as possible.
You know, and wherever you've made wherever you have made a hard conclusion about anything, just explain how you got there. Don't jump to a conclusion without your backup.
Yeah, we have a lot of institutional knowledge from permitting and designing these facilities that probably doesn't come across, all those details doesn't come across in proceedings like this. So I understand where you're coming from and what you are looking for.
Okay, good.
So it is 9:15, and so we have an hour and 15 minutes. Is it the board's pleasure that
Give an hour and a half.
Ms. Brown,
10:15.
10:15? Hour and 15 minutes. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hour and a half.
Hour and a half.
It's late. We won't hold you to math right now.
Is it the board's pleasure that they would like to hear from Ms. Brown?
I would.
I would.
Yes.
Yes.
Let's work some Zoom magic over there and see if we can get her.
Do we have to, don't we have to do a vote of the board relative to, I was supposed to remind you about that, or?
Yes.
Yeah.
So you need to request a motion and a roll call vote to allow the limited use of Zoom Ms. Brown's testimony.
Do I hear a motion from one of the board members?
So moved.
Seconded.
Okay, any discussion about that? No? Okay, we're going to take a vote.
Aye.
Dr. Williams?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Without the names, that's good enough for the roll call. There's only three.
I said her name, but he jumped in without waiting for his, so.
All right.
A procedural question. Are you requesting Rebecca to run through the presentation or speak to some specific items? And will she be running the presentation through Zoom, or will I be Vanna White over here on the side?
I think we all agreed earlier that we'd like some kind of a presentation. I don't want to hear about level of service at every single traffic light in the study area, please. Thank you very much. Yeah, whatever you have.
And we recognize that you've prepared pre-filed direct testimony that has a lot of detail in it, and you have so many initial and supplementary traffic reports. You know, your presentation should get to the kernel.
Sure. Yeah, I can run through the traffic presentation relatively quickly, just hit on the highlights of what's really included in the traffic study, how we did our analysis and what the overall findings were, not get into the details of individual intersections.
Does she have to be sworn?
In terms of procedure.
Hold on a minute.
Procedural question. You have a procedural question?
I was going to ask, in terms of procedure, is it easier for me to share my screen, or would you prefer, I believe, either Laura or Heather Montecalvo is also there from my office,
Have Laura do it.
and put the presentation up on the screen?
Do you feel comfortable, Laura, doing the screen share?
I will do the best that I can, or I have it up here, so.
I think if you can present it on your screen, I think it's easier to, see Ms. Brown there and see the presentation there. So that would be easier for the board.
All right.
All right, Ms. Brown, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, identify yourself for the record, please.
My name is Rebecca Brown. I'm here with Greenman Peterson, and we're located in Wilmington, Massachusetts, at 181 Ballardville Street. Or if you want to bring up the project location map.
It's up.
All right, perfect. And I'll let you know as we go through and to advance each slide to the next one. Unfortunately, I can't see what you're looking at, so I'll make some assumptions of where we're at. So the traffic study that we put together was done back in July of 2020, and including the study area intersections for that included the intersection of Presidential Way with Commerce Way and the I-93 ramps, as well as the intersection of Presidential Way and Woburn Street. Subsequent to that, the project and access and egress into the project changed slightly as an additional property to the north was purchased. So we also issued a supplemental traffic study in January that also looked at the intersection of Woburn Street and Industrial Way, where the driveway would come in directly across from it, in terms of safety and sightlines to verify that there would not be any safety issues at this location.
Do you have a point?
So this is the first intersection she referenced. This is the second intersection she referenced, which is at our site driveway. Or Heather can point.
I'd like to buy a bottle.
So, study area intersection, as she said, 93 ramps, Presidential Way, for the record, Heather Montecalvo, Presidential Way at Woburn Street and Industrial Way at Woburn Street. Identified.
I think if you're going to be adding comments, we'll swear you. Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And identify yourself.
Heather Montecalvo with Greenman Peterson.
Thank you, Heather. If you could advance to the next slide. So the first component of our traffic study was to look at safety of our study area intersections. So we reviewed the Massdep collision records for the most recent 5-year period that was available on record. And what we found was that the intersection of Woburn Street and Presidential Way, at that location there were no safety issues. The number of crashes at that intersection was very low and had a crash rate well below the state and district-wide averages. There was one location in the study area that was identified as a high crash location, which was the intersection of Presidential Way and the 93 ramps. And part of the reason that there are so many collisions that are occurring there, the majority of the collisions are occurring between as you're coming off the 93 ramps and headed westbound, taking a right-hand turn onto Presidential Way. And these vehicles are mostly colliding with through traffic that is headed northbound from Commerce Way onto Presidential Way. And the reason that this is occurring is there were formerly 2 northbound through lanes that came through that intersection from Commerce Way onto Presidential Way. And when a repaving project was done several years ago, back in 2010, that was restriped so that the rightmost lane headed northbound was turned into a right turn lane to get onto the 93 ramps. However, the Presidential Way receiving lanes were never restriped. So there's one lane headed northbound and 2 receiving lanes on the other side. There is also a sign that is missing, a yield sign that is missing for that right turn coming off of the ramps and onto Presidential Way. As a result of these 2 items, it's giving drivers the impression that they have a free right turn movement coming off of the 93 ramps and onto Presidential Way. And by restoring that yield sign and modifying the striping there, that collision occurrence can be rectified. One of the other things that we noted, and this is also related to delay through the intersection, is that currently that intersection is running on one timing plan, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, which is resulting in some inefficient timings in the morning that causes some long delays. And as a result, vehicles may be taking shorter gaps in traffic than they really should. And is also resulting in some angle-type collisions as well. And we do talk about, in the traffic study, some improvements that could be implemented there as well, related to traffic operations that would also help to improve the safety, independent of this development, where a separate timing plan could be implemented in the morning peak hour to be able to optimize the operations of that intersection, which would help improve the operations and the safety of that intersection as well. Next slide, Kevin.
I have a question on that. Who has the authority to be able to affect these recommended changes?
So that intersection is under the control of the Massachusetts Department of Transportation. So any improvements that are proposed at that location would require approval by Massdep.
But those deficiencies aren't tied directly to this particular project with its traffic generation and direction.
Correct. Those represent existing deficiencies, and as we get into the details of the capacity analysis, you'll see that this project has very minimal impact on the traffic operations of that intersection. So those are really recommended to address existing levels of service at that location. Heather, if you want to advance to the next slide. So as part of that safety review, we also looked at site distances at the study area intersections. based on the posted speed limit of 35 miles per hour, a site distance of 250 feet, or a stopping site distance of 250 feet would be required in both directions at each of the site driveways. And there currently exists over 500 feet of sight lines, stopping site distance, approaching each of the driveways. The only exception to that is for the southerly driveway, which is the entrance-only driveway. If you are looking to the south towards Presidential Way, you can see to the stop line that is on Presidential Way, which is about 240 feet away. But the important thing to note is that the vehicles that are coming from this direction are coming from a stop condition. And even if they're going at kind of a rolling stop of about 15 miles per hour, the stopping site distance there that would be required would only be 80 feet. And so they do have adequate sight lines for the speeds that the vehicles are actually traveling at. And in terms of intersection site distance, you can see well over 500 feet in either direction for a vehicle that's sitting at the exit driveway, looking in either direction along Woburn Street, as well as along Industrial Way as well. Heather, can advance to the next slide. So the traffic volumes that we included within the traffic study, so we looked at an existing condition traffic volume. Excuse me, grab a drink of water. Sorry about that. So we did collect new traffic volume counts at the study area intersections, which were collected, as I mentioned, in July of 2020, which was during heavy impacts from COVID-19. So to account for this, we also obtained historic traffic volume counts from the GridSmart cameras that are located at the 93 and Commerce Way, Presidential Way, and Atlantic Avenue intersection that's highlighted here in red. And we were able to use that information to compare those counts to the counts that we collected in July of 2020 and grow our 2020 counts up to account for the variation from COVID-19. And then we also seasonally adjusted these based on MassDOT's factor group for urban arterials, which are shown over here on the left-hand side, for similar types of roadways. And then we grew these volumes out to a 7-year design horizon, which is consistent with MassDOT standards, using a 1% per year growth rate. And that growth rate is conservative, based on the existing traffic volumes in the surrounding area actually decreasing historically. If you can advance to the next slide. So next we estimated the trips that would be generated by the proposed development. And we estimated these trips based on approximately 12 employees entering and exiting the site per day that would be traveling using passenger vehicles. And then for the 500 tons of material that would be transported to the site, we assumed that the majority of that material would be coming in on roll-off trucks and small commercial trucks as well. And so we looked at what is the typical tonnage per vehicle that would be traveling into the site, and to estimate the number of vehicles per day that could be coming in to generate that tonnage. And based on this, we estimated that roughly 50 small commercial vehicles and 90 roll-off trucks would be bringing material to the site on a daily basis. And as far as recycling material would be transported off of the site using roll-off trucks. And we anticipated that there would be roughly 5 tons of material that would be removed from the site per day. That would result in approximately 5 vehicles that will be leaving the site per day. That resulted in a total of 157 vehicles per day that would be coming in and out of the site, either as employee trips or trucks bringing material to the site or recycling materials leaving the site. And this assumes, obviously, use of the rail to transport the majority of materials, waste materials, off of the site. If, for some reason, there was a period where transfer trailers needed to be utilized to take materials off of the site, the 500 tons of material could be removed in approximately 20 trucks, assuming that a transfer trailer can accommodate about 25 tons within one trailer leaving the site. So on a daily basis, we'd anticipate seeing approximately 20 transfer trucks required to take that same material off of the site. And when you distribute that out over the entire day, that's roughly 1 to 2 trucks in an hour that would be traveling, of those larger size trucks, traveling to and from the site. Next slide. So based on the daily estimates, we projected these out to peak hours here, so you can see the number of vehicle trips that will be coming in and out during each of the peak hours. And during the weekday morning peak hour, we anticipate approximately 15 vehicles entering and 15 vehicles exiting the site. And during the PM peak hour, a little bit less, at approximately 12 vehicles entering and 12 vehicles exiting the site, coming to and from. Because of the reduced hours of operation on a Saturday, that number gets compacted a little bit more, so that there would be approximately 35 vehicles entering the site in the peak hour, and 35 vehicles exiting as well during that same peak hour. Next slide. So we distributed this traffic over the study area intersections using a population gravity model to estimate where the trucks might be coming from in the surrounding area. And based on that, we estimated that approximately 15% of the traffic would be coming to and from the north along 93. Approximately 20% would be coming to and from the west out Interstate 95. And approximately 65% would be coming from the east or the south that would travel along 93 to either get to 95 to the east or 93 south. And that is, again, for the trucks bringing material into the site. The majority of the material will be leaving on that ETA rail. Next slide. And this just very briefly shows how many trips would be traveling through each of the study area intersections as a result of applying that trip distribution. Next slide. So once we added the traffic generated by the site to the study area intersections, we conducted a capacity and queue analysis to determine what the levels of service and queuing would be at each of the study area intersections. And I won't go into the details of what each movement in each intersection were, but overall what we found was that the additional traffic generated by the project wouldn't increase delay on any movement through any of the study area intersections by more than 2 seconds per vehicle, and would not degrade the levels of service of any of the study area intersections. And there's one location where there was a drop-in level of service from a level of service C to a D. That occurred in the Saturday midday condition on Presidential Way headed southbound. And the reason that that is dropping, it actually only increases in delay by 0.3 seconds, but in the no-build condition, it's right on the cusp of going between a C and a D. So that 0.3 seconds causes it to go over the threshold. But based on MassDOT's guidelines for preparation of a traffic impact study, that would not be qualified as a significant impact. because it is so close to the threshold. So there are no intersections where the level of service really degrades, or where the delay on any movement would be increased by 10 seconds or more as a result of the project. Next slide. So based on the findings of the traffic study, we noted that the existing sightlines or the available sightlines exceed ASHTO's recommendations, and that there were no significant safety impacts as a result of the project on any of the study area intersections. The traffic volumes within the traffic study were projected using conservative assumptions, as I noted, and that even with these conservative assumptions, there were no significant impacts to the study area intersections, as evidenced by less than 2-second per vehicle increase in delays through the study area intersections. And as a result, no project-specific mitigation was warranted. And based on these findings, we did conclude that the project would not constitute a danger to public health, safety, or environment when taking into consideration traffic congestion and pedestrian and vehicular safety along the study area roadways. And if there are any questions on the traffic study, I'd be happy to answer those now.
Questions from the board?
Okay. First of all, I want to clarify, I think I heard you say something about it, but I wasn't completely understanding of it. You revised the study, originally it was 2020, and you revised it with a date of January of 2022. And I'm not sure, I maybe didn't pick it up very well when I was looking at the two studies, the before and after, but what exactly changed in the revision? You just mentioned something about a purchase of a property and an intersection, but I didn't catch it. Can you be very specific about what was updated in the study?
Sure. So there was an original traffic study that was prepared back in July of 2020, and then we issued a revision date to that same report for January of 2022. And the only real changes are in the wording of the conclusion and in the name of the actual development in terms of referring to it as a solid waste handling facility. The remainder of the report is the same, but we did also issue a supplemental or an updated traffic assessment, I believe is the title that we put on it, that was issued on the same day, which looked at sight lines at the driveways, because the driveway locations had changed since the original traffic impact study was done. So it looked at the sight lines at the new driveway that would be located directly opposite Industrial Way, or Industrial Drive. And then it also did looked at a collision assessment of that intersection as well to ensure that there was no safety issues at that intersection.
Okay.
And that was what was included in that supplemental.
Okay, is that explained in the intro narrative to each one of those docs? Like what you just said, is that in those, like, explained that in the introduction to them?
Yes, so in the introduction section of the updated traffic assessment, it does explain that the project has changed since the original traffic study was done, and that the driveway location has shifted since that original study.
Okay, I was looking to find in those what was the definition of the update, and maybe I just missed it. So when you talk about the, your discovery about the Route 93 interchange ramp at Commerce Way, would benefit from some improvements for the signalization and replacing the sign. Have your conclusions been communicated to them at all relative to that issue?
So our traffic study was included as part of the NEPA documents, which were reviewed by Massdep as part of the NEPA review process. So they would have seen our recommendations within that document. Outside of the NEPA process, we have not had any communication with Massdep regarding those improvements.
Can I give you a little advice here? That's a huge assumption, knowing DOT. So just for your own personal edification, the fact that they would have seen that. So anyway, I was wondering whether or not that could be independently communicated to them at some point, somehow, relative to a point person that might have actually might care about that. I could always maybe even help to try and find that person if necessary.
Who within the town of Wilmington? Would it be the police department? Would it be the select?
It's actually
That'd be in
Woburn.
Woburn, so
It's in
that's
Woburn.
under Woburn's, yeah.
Yeah, so
Commerce
likely
Way
the
at the end.
city
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
engineer,
Woburn.
That's weird.
Yeah.
would be
Plus there's that new big mixed-use building.
Okay, that's
there,
just,
too.
that's just a request that has no,
Is it a side?
requirement, but it
Plus there's a
seems
big
to me that
mixed-use building
having
that's right on the
valuable
other side
information
there.
like that
Yeah.
For that.
would be
That's
something that
gotta be
you
a
want to put in
complete
front of
mess.
somebody who could actually do something about it. So, you are, let's see. Okay, so I'm really concerned, and there was a reference made earlier when the other PowerPoint was being presented, that was a pretty large conclusion that said that the new residential project at New Boston Road was going to not have any significant effect on this. And I was just wondering, when you come to a conclusion like that, where the data is that supports that. Again, I mentioned that earlier, like when you draw a scientific conclusion, you kind of need something to back that up. So I'm looking for basically some comfort level in that conclusion. And my other big concern about all of this is the fact that the new Boston Street Bridge is going to get developed in the near term, quite frankly, I think. This thing's moving ahead faster than a lot of things I see. And that's going to open up Woburn and Wilmington, right, 500 feet maybe down the street from your project site along there. And what that's going to mean, because that opens it up, that whole industrial area. And I don't know if you guys have taken a look at that. And it matters because your projections for, I think it was 2027, used a modeled build-out period in time. And I don't know where, if you add those into that, whether or not it's still within the model parameters, or if it exceeds the model at that point, the model numbers. So that's where my concern lies.
So to respond to some of those questions, regarding the 316 New Boston Street project, that project was actually proposed after we had already begun our permitting process through the planning board and after we prepared our initial traffic study for planning board review and NEPA review, which was why we had included that project in our traffic study. Procedurally, they should just increase or the delay in the queues in the no-build condition, and similarly increase the delays in the queues in the build condition. So we'd likely see a very similar incremental impact due to the project, whether we included that traffic or not. But one thing that is important to note is that we did include a 1% per year background growth rate, despite traffic volumes in the surrounding area having decreased historically. So some of that traffic that could be generated by the development on New Boston Street would get accounted for within that 1% per year background growth rate. The other thing with the bridge improvement project is that a lot of that traffic that would be coming through this area once the bridge is constructed is already going through the area now in the form of right turns from Presidential Way out to Woburn Street, and then in the opposite direction, headed south on Woburn Street and taking a left-hand turn onto Presidential Way. That is currently using Eames Street as a cut-through route because they don't have the opportunity to use New Boston Street. And once that project is constructed, some of that traffic will just get redistributed through that same intersection and now become a left turn coming off of Presidential Way instead of a right turn. And it'll become a northbound right turn onto Presidential Way instead of a southbound right turn. There will be some new traffic that will be generated too, obviously, that might be using Eames Street now to head north on Woburn Street up towards Lowell Road, that now would be coming through on New Boston Street. One of the things that, as part of the MEPA review process for the New Boston Street Bridge project, one of the things that the city of Woburn committed to was conducting a monitoring program, a traffic monitoring program, following implementation of the bridge once it's opened, to look at the intersections of Industrial Way and Woburn Street and Presidential Way and Woburn Street, to assess whether any improvements are needed there as a result of the traffic redistribution. Because obviously it's hard for anyone to predict exactly what's going to happen there. So they'll be doing a 3-year monitoring program after that project is constructed to assess whether a traffic signal needs to be installed at Presidential Way and Woburn Street, or whether any other improvements are needed at those two intersections, and implementing those improvements if they are needed. So that is something that the city of Woburn has committed to doing. At the time that monitoring program gets done, our project would theoretically be already constructed and operational, so they would be including our traffic within their monitoring program, within their counts, and within whatever improvements are constructed at that location as well.
So following up on that,
The disembodied voice, you can take the message.
Just for clarification, the traffic study was not submitted to the planning board. It was just for the MEPA process. So I just wanted to clarify that. We do the planning board after this process. Thank you.
So the MEPA process for 316, well, 316 didn't have a MEPA process, as far as I know. That was, that didn't trigger a MEPA process. 316 was all local permitting. So I'm not sure if they would have even have been required to do a traffic study relative to any of that area. Yeah, you have an answer?
Just a clarification, so if you look at the minutes from the July 6, 2021 City Council meeting in the City of Woburn, the City of Woburn engineer Jay Corey requested at this meeting that the proponents of 316 New Boston use the traffic study for the bridge in their traffic report, which was subsequent to becoming. So the way it would all have proceeded, it would have been the bridge would have used we should have been included in the bridge traffic study, and then the bridge traffic studies will need to be included in the 316 New Boston Street traffic study. That's just by way of how the whole thing proceeded, because it's important.
And that's all, yeah, at that level.
Correct.
However, the Mass DOT bridge, well, no, the new Woburn Street Bridge study, was that completed when you did their traffic report, completed when you did your traffic report?
It was not at the time when we reached out to the town of Woburn and the town of Wilmington and the city of Woburn to inquire about what other developments we should be including within our traffic study. So their study had not been completed at that time.
Okay. I'm just, please understand, what I'm trying to do is understand, after 3 years of monitoring, and if your project is built, and all of a sudden they determine that they want a signal at Presidential Way and Woburn Street, and they're gonna put that in, what that would do to your truck traffic, not even as much as in, but out, and potential queuing that might happen with your cars and trucks coming out of your facility. So I'm just, I'm concerned about that. And I don't know how to address that exactly.
Yeah, and obviously, since there is no design for that signal now, we can't really speak to what queuing might be at that location. But they would typically design the signal timing and any lanes or anything that might be required at that intersection so that it wouldn't queue back up into other intersections, including the Industrial Way intersection. So they would not want the queues at Presidential Way and Woburn Street to queue up back past Industrial Way. So they would look to be designing the signal timings for that intersection so that wouldn't happen, which is where our driveway is also located. So hopefully the queues would not go past our driveway. But in the event that they did go past our driveway, they should be clearing out upon each cycle of the light. So any trucks coming out of our site might have to wait a little bit for the queue to clear past, for the light to turn green and the queue to clear. And then they would be able to scoot out at the end of that queue to be able to continue southbound down Woburn Street. Also, any delay that might be incurred would be incurred on our site, which, because of the way the site is oriented, there is a very long stacking area between Woburn Street all the way back around, circulating around the building, to where the trucks would actually be exiting the building from the tipping areas. So there is a very long stacking area that would be able to accommodate those trucks that might be waiting, trying to get out, if and when those do occur.
Have you since had the ability to look at the new Boston Street traffic study that was done relative to potential implications for your project site?
We have not done any type of analysis adding that in or putting our traffic on top of it or anything like that. No, we have not.
Why not?
I don't want to misspeak and misrepresent my understanding, but during the MEPA application for the city of Woburn, they did an E&F, and they took a little time to study the redistribution, as they called it, but they did not do a full traffic impact and access study. You sure? Like I said at the start, I could be wrong.
Do any of my other board members have any questions at this point while I think for a minute?
Yes, I have a couple questions. So I I just I have two questions. One about the trucks exiting the facility and making sure they don't make a left onto Woburn Street and go through the residential area. I know that's not going to happen frequently at all, but what steps are we taking to make sure that it doesn't happen?
Sure. So there will be signage posted to indicate that left turns out of the site are not allowed, but also the driveway in the way that it's oriented, so it will meet Woburn Street at a skewed angle so that it's directing the trucks towards the south, so that it would be virtually impossible for somebody to take that left-hand turn out of the site.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
And just to further clarify too, we're going to make that a condition on our approval that we're going to be implementing those procedures too, so that'll be written in the written decision.
And I know that earlier, Rob, you talked about penalties for individuals who don't comply with your rules. Is that going to be something that will be implemented with this as well?
Yep.
Thank you.
And Rob, can I just follow up one thing?
Sure.
On the vehicles that are going to be coming into the facility, so they're going to be coming in at that area that's closer to Commerce Way, correct? Okay. So the vehicles that are coming in that way, will they be essentially funneled down Presidential to Commerce Way? Is that sort of going to be like the direction that you're, I guess, encouraging them to do?
Yeah, I think we had to, can you pull up the map that would show the layout of the site, which showed the traffic coming in and out?
Right, but I guess the question is coming off highways. Okay, so let's say somebody's coming in off of, I don't know, 95.
Yep.
Okay, and they're coming down, check that, coming south on 93 and they're getting off and exit too early. And they're not getting onto 95 to come down or to get towards Commerce Way is what I'm saying. And they say they come down Industrial Way.
Okay.
Okay, so are they gonna be encouraged to go down and go, because, you know, making that left-hand turn, sorry, making that left-hand turn from Industrial Way and then making that really hard right? Do you see where I'm coming from?
Yeah, so I think that the way the site's laid out is what you're asking is, if somebody took a left on the Presidential Way, it would be impracticable for them to have to take a right into the site.
Nope, from Industrial. So if they're coming down Industrial that way,
Yep.
and they take a left.
Yep, they couldn't, taking a right onto the site, correct?
Yeah, let's say you have an 18-wheeler coming that way. Not gonna happen, right?
No.
Okay, all right, that's, I guess, my question there is, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's gonna be an issue if somebody makes a little bit of a mistake.
For them too.
One time.
Correct.
They're gonna make that mistake once.
The only issue that we saw with this was emergency vehicles.
Sure.
We do want to keep that open enough that an emergency vehicle could make the swing in. At the bottom, you can see that there's an emergency gate towards the dumping area. Well,
I can't really see that far away, but
where that
I
tarmac
believe you.
is.
Sure.
So we want to be able to get emergency vehicles.
Okay.
It's dangerous,
Right.
a lot of heavy equipment. So we want to make sure that if anybody's coming in off Industrial Way for emergency,
Yeah.
want to be able to do it. If it was a fire truck, they'd have,
They'd have to.
we gotta, make sure that that's correct for emergency vehicles. But otherwise, there's no tractor trailer emergencies.
Fair enough.
So they should not be ever, and they'd be violating our conditions.
Right, so in essence, no tractor trailer is gonna be coming, I guess that's southbound on Woburn Street.
Yep.
So, okay.
One of my main things why I love this site for this proposed use was that we could exit the traffic without passing any residential to major interstates at the time. The only residential I see right now is it's going up on the corner of Commerce Way and right at that intersection.
Atlantic Avenue.
Yeah, Atlantic.
Yep.
Okay,
Go
go ahead.
ahead.
I'm sorry. No, you had something.
No, I was going to clarify one thing as well, which we talked about, was a very good point made about the fire trucks. That's also going to be something we have to show in order to get site plan approval for a local level.
Okay, I have two questions. and maybe it's a really obvious answer and I'm missing it, but what is to prevent one of the trucks from the site, leaving the site, or even coming to it? Instead of going down Presidential to 93, going over the New Boston Street Road Bridge, heading down that way and hanging a left to go on to 128.
So the biggest problem is it's not there.
No, when it's built. Again, I'm pretty convinced this thing's getting built soon.
I agree. So when Mr. Penny talked about some of the things that would put the board at ease, I have a father and an uncle that own a building at the end of New Boston Street currently, at 317 New Boston. It's, well, considering that they're starting to build on the Superfund, it's no longer the second property, but it's the second to last existing building. So when it comes to nuisances and things like that, I have 7 younger brothers and sisters and a father and an uncle with an investment over there. And I would certainly hear very quickly, don't worry about that number that you can call me in the middle of the night. I can get a lot more texts and emails, and they can find me. They can wake me out of bed. So I have a very strong interest of that phone not ringing. Now, as far as the bridge coming, the bridge is coming. There's no doubt about it. They've already done takings on my father's property for it to come. As long as nothing significant would change, my understanding is that trucks can go over that bridge in the design that they're going to create for that bridge, then our trucks would be going over it as well. My understanding with the design is it's made for trucks in the industrial areas to pass by. There's no residential besides what's going on at the Woburn Mall, which is within kind of the confines of the mall, that the trucks would be passing to get on to 95. I'd imagine that would be where they were trying to go. Otherwise, to get to 95 right now, you'd go down Presidential, you'd go straight down Commerce, and you'd jump on over there. Or actually, if you were trying to go north on 95, I would assume you'd go 93, then jump on.
Yeah, you're not going to go up onto Washington. No, you're not doing that.
So I think this spot actually has a pretty unique way for trucks to access that's pretty helpful and less impactful to residences.
Okay, and I think my last on this topic, maybe it's a clarification because I wasn't writing fast enough. You talked by about a LOS drop from C to D someplace, and I didn't write down fast enough which intersection that was. And so if you could tell me that and then follow it up with an explanation. We heard earlier, and you referenced it, about DOT's definition of significant or negligible, and I'm not sure what actual word they use, but it references the 10-second delay or a reduced LOS. And I'm not, is that an and or an or for that definition? So if you could answer those two questions, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, so where the level of service drop occurs, and it's just during the Saturday midday peak hour, and that's occurring on Presidential Way headed southbound through the intersection with the 93 ramps and Commerce Way. So if you're headed straight through that intersection, that's where there's a drop in level of service. If you're comparing no-build and build conditions, what is happening is that under a no-build condition, the delay that is there, so the level of service is a direct measure of the delay, the average delay that's experienced by vehicles going through. And the threshold going from a level of service C to a D is 35.0 seconds. So under no-build conditions, we estimated that the delay would be 35 seconds, which is technically a level of service C. But in the build condition, that delay increased by 0.3 seconds to 35.0 seconds. So it puts it right on the threshold of being a level of service D. So it's less than a 1 second per vehicle increase in delay, and really would be completely unnoticeable to a driver that's traveling through that intersection. So that's typically not considered to be a significant increase in delay or a degradation in level of service, because we're right on the cusp of going from a C to a D under the no build condition.
So when you say headed south on Commerce, you mean through the intersection, headed towards the mall?
Sorry, can you say that again? There was a little bit of a...
When you say in that intersection, headed south through the intersection towards the mall?
Correct, yeah.
1 second longer to get to the mall on a Saturday? Oh, 0.3? I mean, that's significant to me. Thank you. I appreciate those clarifications.
More questions from the board?
I have one more question about the turning right onto Presidential. And I know that you flagged that as from the presentation, there was a 64 and a red dot. How long do you think it would take for Mass.DOT to give that approval for that signage and the restriping?
Yes, so the sign may already have been repaired since it was knocked down. The restriping would be a more substantial effort to actually do that, and would likely come about from an actual project being implemented at that location. So if Mass.DOT were to look at something like signal timing optimization or something like that at that intersection, they may look to do some striping changes or things like that at the same time.
Do you know when that striping was originally done, when it was an actual repaving project, or was it just an
Yeah, so from looking at like Google Earth historic views, aerial images, it looks like those improvements were done back in 2010.
You know, District 4 might be able to do that under a maintenance contract without having to even do a project or a bid on it. Just throwing that out there.
And then I have one more question. For trucks on 128 heading eastbound, is there anything that would prevent them I mean, we briefly mentioned it, getting off of that Washington Ave exit? Or missing the exit heading
You're talking
west?
about in the future condition?
No,
like using the new Boston Street Bridge?
No. Or maybe I'm thinking westbound. For trucks going westbound, missing that exit to 93 North. And they have to...
Yes, absolutely. There is the possibility of vehicles coming off from there. And we had assumed that roughly 20% of the site-generated traffic would be coming to and from Commerce Way that would be traveling to 95. So that could be cars that are headed westbound on 95 and they get off Washington Street instead.
And so that was incorporated into that analysis that you presented then?
It is. It's included within that 20% of trips that we assumed would use Commerce Way.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. I see what you're asking. Okay. Mark?
Oh, Mark.
Mike?
Mike Penny.
Mr. Penny.
Do you have any response to anything that was said?
Do you have any
Anyone?
questions of her? I do not. Or comments? Or we may be ahead of schedule.
And you know, I was thinking about why I said an hour and 15 minutes, because I figured it was gonna take us 15 minutes to agree on the schedule for the next hearing.
Well,
So,
do we need it? Well, we have to accept information, right?
we're gonna be getting a supplemental filing of some sort from Green Seal.
I think it would be useful to set a schedule for additional submissions that could then be reviewed by the Board of Health, and then the opportunity for the Board of Health to bring back the experts and ask questions on those submittals before the public hearing is closed.
Okay, it's still a scheduling nightmare.
A little bit.
So we have to have a date by which materials are given to the board. And then my general understanding is that at least one, maybe two board members have vacation plans next week. Valentine's, right?
Leaving on Friday.
Well, given that, that the proponent would have to prepare materials, submit them, they'd have to be reviewed by both Mr. Penny and the board preparing, you know, I don't know that next week would have been ideal in any event.
In any event. But the actual continued public hearing on the additional materials would be a pretty short proceeding.
I would think so, Mr. Hearing Officer.
So, looking to the chair, see if we're coming back on the 21st, or do you want to do it on a,
The 21st of February is a holiday.
you know, it's just President's Day, right?
Well, this
No.
building will be locked, so if you want to meet in the parking lot,
Well, we could open the building if we had to.
so, well, I always ask this question first, and that is, how long do you think it reasonably would take you to pull together the information that we've talked about tonight?
Next Tuesday? Tuesday the 15th. Yes.
Yeah. So some of our,
No, by COB next Tuesday is fine by us, and if we can get it to you this week, we'll try.
okay, Shelley, we have a regularly scheduled meeting next Tuesday night, right? We do without you.
Without me.
Without you.
Sorry.
And you're home 16.
May I ask a question? Is Mr. Penny going to be providing anything written back to us based on the review, and can we get a date that we'll receive that will afford us time before the next hearing?
Based on the review of what?
So
If he's going to have any comments or further questions.
the proponents are going to provide something by the close of business on the 15th. And then I think the board would want Mr. Penny to review and provide any comments. Would that be 17th or 18th?
I would expect it would be a day or two, sure, at the most.
So by the 17th, you'd be able to provide review comments to whatever the supplementals are
Yes.
from Green Seal? Okay, so by the 17th, we would have comments, so then after that, sometime the next week.
We have a regularly scheduled Board of Health meeting on March 1st.
Yeah, we had kind of held open our calendars for our next our Board of Health meeting on March 1st and 15th. for if we had, you know, for working on this, in whatever form that took. So, we'll get the information in, and then,
So that means that we get both comments next week, but both Jane and Dan won't be able to review them because they're going to be away. So they're gonna look at them the following week, which would be the 22nd.
I'd be able to see them as soon as I'm back, not that it matters.
Right. So we either do something the week of the 22nd or March 1st at our meeting.
How heavy is your agenda on March 1st? I have it on my calendar.
I have nothing yet on it. Nothing on my agenda. I don't have to put anything on either.
So on March 1st, you could deal with some substantive hearing issues. If it's a short hearing, you could adjourn the hearing and go into a working meeting.
Right.
Yes, we can go right into
Consistent with your
deliberation.
schedule.
We can go right into deliberation.
yes.
Yes.
Are the parties available on March 1st if we had to bring parties in? That's my question. Is the hearing officer available on March 1st?
Yes, I am.
Mark?
I already have it. I already have March 1st on my calendar for you.
Okay.
So we're really talking about green seal, and Rebecca's not on the hook for coming back.
Correct.
I think I would agree with that.
And then we still have, we have to render our decision by the, would you say the 24th?
Yeah.
And we
Okay.
still have another
And we have
additional
another meeting on
regularly
the
scheduled
15th.
Board of Health meeting on March 15th, just in case.
Right. I have that on my schedule as well.
Okay.
Rebecca should be there, just in case we have questions. Do you think so? One of my board members brought up that we think that we might want Rebecca to hold her time in case we do have any further questions relative to those issues. I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean that we won't know that we would need her. I don't want to do a double negative. That we would need her at that point. We could always say we don't, and we don't need her, but could.
Place to reserve.
Yeah.
Are you available on the 1st?
I am available on the 1st,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, so why don't we just put her on that list as well as potential? How do you feel about that?
That's more than amenable for us. And just for matters of moving this along in as efficient manner as we can, it'll be our goal to get to council for the board too for that 15th deadline. We'll get some sort of draft decision which will incorporate what we talked about here this evening, and then that can be you can add on or make comments or so on.
That would be helpful. Yeah, if you could do
Keep in mind, you mentioned the 15th, but keep in mind on the 1st, we may be going into deliberation at that point.
Correct. I'm talking about when our comments are due on the 15th.
Oh, the 15th of February. I'm sorry.
Yeah. When Green Seal submits their responses, I'll submit a draft decision.
I was jumping ahead a month. Sorry, Rob.
5:30, is that?
5:30, yes.
Shelley, do you have any problem with meeting space? We
Well,
could do it in room 9.
We could do it in room 9, but that's where we normally meet, but, I may want to, if this is open, I'll do it in here.
Okay.
That would be ideal.
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll check tomorrow.
Do we have to, since we're doing this at the public hearing, do we have to notice, does this have to?
We have.
Man, I can't talk anymore.
We issued the notice of the public hearing indicated tonight and such other nights as may be necessary.
So we just
You would simply have to post it under the open meeting law 48 hours in advance, but we are already noticed for this public hearing. So
Good.
we would not adjourn this public hearing, we would continue this public hearing to March 1st by a vote
So
of
that's what we'll
the
take a
board.
vote on. Okay, I just want to make sure.
Absolutely.
And then I can work on the agenda with you, Mark, right? Like
Yes, you can.
proper-
Yes, you can.
Okay. Is everyone copacetic with that schedule? John, are you gonna send out an agenda, or somebody gonna put an agenda to get, or I guess it would be a hearing,
You want an order that says?
or an
that
order, well, yeah, the deadlines or whatever.
No, the schedule.
memorializes the dates, yeah.
Yeah, that would be, I think, helpful for all parties.
Yeah, hearing
just
order,
to-
yep.
Hearing order, yeah. Sorry, I can't talk anymore tonight.
So
Yeah,
10, it's 10.
All right,
Okay,
before you
so-
hand out any more assignments, Madam Chair, do you want to,
You can file your complaint.
take up, the opportunity to call for a motion and a roll
Yes.
call vote on continuing the hearing
Yes,
until
March 1st.
March 1st at 5:30.
So moved.
So, do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion from anybody? No? Hearing none, all in favor? Oh, we have to do it this way. Roll call. Dr.
Jane says aye.
Thing says aye.
And Ms. Sabujian says aye. Okay, we are good to go. And may I suggest that if any snafus come up in between where the parties need to work on anything, that they need to communicate anything, that maybe joint phone calls might be a little bit better than thousands of emails.
Just call them anyone.
Please. Please.
Storm contingency?
Oh,
Oh, shush.
I'm sorry.
shut up.
Shush.
Storm contingency. Seriously.
I think the storm contingency would be the 15th.
Yeah, the 15th.
And that gives us, we still have time.
Just
Okay.
we still
It
have
does,
time.
it gets tighter, but
It gets tighter, but we still have time.
All right.
Yeah.
Just, I had to put it out there. Don't shake your head.
You just jinxed
We're
it.
in New
You're a
England.
Jane Downer. You're not a Debbie Downer, you're a Jane Downer.
I want to thank everyone for how smoothly this hearing went. I know we did the presentation, the Q&A piece, but the fact that we were able to have a dialogue with
We need to
people
close the meeting.
who have answers to a lot of questions. And Mike, for you stepping up with your report today, with your recommendations and observations, I just think it was run really well. Thank you, Mr. Stenographer.
Yes.
Great job. So that, I'll let y'all go home.
Well, we need to take a quick vote.
They need to adjourn their meeting.
I'm gonna make a motion to adjourn the meeting tonight.
No, yes, the meeting itself, we are. We opened a hearing. No. Meeting. Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you,
Aye.
everyone. Go home and
Aye,
have
aye,
a good
go
night's
home.
sleep.